Continuing on the theme of the conference, the focus of session 3 is to see. The goal of the session is to deliberate on the idea that leadership does not stop with individual integrity but holds a greater responsibility to inspire and motivate the team by keeping one's ears to the ground and keeping the common touch with keen observation. Before we begin this session, we will have our conference chair quickly lay the context for the session.
The next subset we will be talking about, experts will talk about, is to see. Let me narrate 3 real-life stories to you to demonstrate this. The first story. There was a man on a horseback who saw a group of exhausted soldiers digging a trench. On the side was their section leader, who was barking orders. The passerby asked the leader, why isn't he helping them? The leader just said he is in charge, and therefore he will just tell people what to do. The man decided to pitch in and told the soldiers, I will help you until the trench is finished. After that, he approached the commander on foot and told him next time he repeats the action, he will strip him of his command. That passerby was none other than the well-known General Washington. Second story. This army officer named his pet spaniel after Rommel and a fox terrier after Hitler. Winston Churchill said of this man, in defeat unbeatable, in victory unbearable. London had a war office. This man never went inside the office. All the time he would spend his time with the troops. In fact, once he went to a battle zone and fired a cannon in the direction of Hitler. Before that, he wrote with a chalk piece on the shell, personally for Adolf Hitler. This army officer was Field Marshal Montgomery, the architect of the Allied victory in the Second World War. Third story. In the early part of my career, I was a factory manager in England. I had a Scotsman as my boss. Scrupulously, without fail, every morning and afternoon, he will walk around the factory. When I asked him, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? He would say, I am doing MBWA. I asked him, what is MBWA? What kind of a trick is that? He said, it is management by walking around. Understanding the psychology of others is an important part of leadership. This can be done only by moving around with the men. There's a famous poem by Kipling which said, if you can talk with the crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with the kings and not lose the common touch. The above 3 stories, including MBWA, achieves that. The best leaders are eager to help and give aid to their followers. In the context of their work, this might mean reaching out to their employees to check in and do the actual work. In times of yore, it was the practice of kings to go around the kingdom disguised as a common man. It is this that taught them statecraft. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Churchill, both Roosevelts, and John F. Kennedy, along the long list of leaders, had a strong sense of what motivated soldiers and citizens who hailed from their backgrounds far further down from their social grades. They achieved this by moving with them. Churchill, the grandson of a duke, was born in a palace, went to one of the top schools in the country. He never took a bus in his life, but he could speak directly to the needs of what he called the cottage home. This is the common touch that a leader needs. This helps to create understanding the psychology of others, which is an important part of leadership. Such a leader is level 5 leader who transcends the ladders of capability, contribution, competence, effectiveness, and demonstrates exuding greatness with a paradoxical combination of personal humility and professional will. This creates empathy, which is the objective of our next module, to see. Thank you.
May I now request the panelists to take the stage? A brief round of introductions for the speakers of the session. The session chair, Ms. Gitanjali JB, co-founder and Chief Executive Director, Himalayan Institute of Alternatives, Ladakh, India. A multi-talented, multifaceted personality with rich experience in entrepreneurship, fine arts, martial arts, education, Ms. Gitanjali is a Chevening Fellow at the University of Oxford and recipient of the Women Transforming India National Award, presented by the National Institution for Transforming India, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Mr. Mamadou Kwidjim Toure, founder, Africa 2.0 Foundation, Cameroon. Inspired by the wisdom of his ancestors, Mamadou Kwidjim Toure believes that co-creating a better world is possible when diversity is nurtured and access to opportunities is evenly distributed. Named one of the top 10 most influential men in Africa by Forbes magazine in 2014, he founded the Ubuntu Group in 2015 and believes in the power of collective action to build lasting enlightenment and prosperity. He will speak on Taking Everybody Along, I Am Because We Are. Mr. Aron D., Chief Executive Officer and Chairman, Ambika Inc., United States of America. Aron is the founder of Ambika Inc., a business venture innovation company focused on the next frontier of industries and economies. Aron was a member of the IP Task Force for Digital Assets and IP Sovereignty of the Government of Bermuda. Prior to that, Mr. Datta was a global VP and senior partner at IBM. He will address us on the topic, Seeing the Strengths to Tackle the Weaknesses. Mr. Rajesh Babu, Chief Operating Officer, Akshaya Kalpa Organic India. Mr. Rajesh Babu currently serves as the Chief Operating Officer and a member of the Board of Directors at Akshaya Kalpa Organic, India's leading certified organic milk company. He is passionate about rural entrepreneurship and creating wealth for small farmers through sustainable farming practices and ethical trade frameworks. He will share his thoughts on a happy team, a happy organization, a happy society. Ms. Mynoo Maryel, founder, Palace of Extraordinary Miracles, United Arab Emirates, a life coach and business mentor to several iconic leaders and celebrities, Ms. Mynoo is all about inspiring the world through enriching lives and restoring dignity. Acclaimed author of the bestseller, The Bee Book, she is a regular speaker on prestigious global platforms and conventions. She will speak about leading with intuitive intelligence, seeing all perspective. Over to Ms. Gitanjali JB.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll start this session with a story. This is the story of a group of people who are in a cave with their hands bound. And all they can see is the shadow of the world. It's absolutely dark inside the cave, and what's that? Rain. Okay, that's auspicious. So there's a flicker of light behind, and from that they can see shadows falling on the walls of the cave. And that two-dimensional reality is what they believe is to be the true reality. Some of these people decide to look for the real world because they feel that this may not be the right thing. And they try to open their hands, which are bound, and move out of the cave. And there they realize that there is a big, bright world out there. And it's a three-dimensional world, not just the shadows that were cast. And these people who go out of the cave are called the philosophers. Now, after reaching that bright sunlight outside, some of them are very keen to come inside the cave and inspire others to also take up this journey and to move outside of the cave. And those of them who come inside are called the politicians. This is different from the politicians of today. These are the true politicians who work for the benefit of all. And this story has been narrated by Plato in his allegory of the cave. And he says that the true leaders are those who have the quest of a philosopher to find the truth and the love of a politician to come back and help others to move out of the cave. And it is only such people, the philosopher kings, who can be the leaders. And the word for that in Sanskrit is Raja Rishi, a rishi who is a Raja, or vice versa. So this morning, the two sessions we had, the first one was of knowing oneself, being a philosopher. And the second to do was to be that king, to help others do it. And now it takes us to the third session today, which is to see, which means to have that love and understanding to take everybody else along. And this has been beautifully summarized in our scriptures that to become a samrat is a king. It comes from the Sanskrit words of sam and rajna. So one who rules everybody. To become a samrat, one has to first become a swarat. One has to become a master of oneself. And that's what we looked at in the first two sessions in the morning. That first is to have a purpose, and a purpose that one completely believes in, what the Japanese called the ikigai, or what the Gita, the Bhagavad Gita calls one's swadharma. To find out one's swadharma is to be, and then to live that swadharma is to do. But it is not enough that we just live it in our personal lives. With the first two, we have become swarats. But now we have to take everybody else along, and that's when the journey of a samrat begins. And that's the journey in the afternoon today. And one of the biggest qualities is to inspire, motivate, to take everybody else along, and to collaborate. Collaboration is the key for the problems of the future, because it is not anymore China versus India or Ukraine versus Russia. The problems that we are facing today are global. Problems like climate change. And the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam could not have been more apt than it is today. Because it is by collaborating in our highest swadharma that the future can be lived and won. And it is in this journey today that we start with the very first talk by Mamadou, who will talk about Ubuntu, a very, very beautiful African concept which takes this collaboration to its perfection, and it believes that I am because we are. Mamadou.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And as you mentioned, I am because we are. I am here today thanks to one person, Mynoo Maryel, who kindly invited me to join this phenomenal experience. And I took the opportunity also to bring my daughters who are here to come and experience as much as I do and discover this fantastic country that is India. I want also to thank my brother here, Aron brother in arms with a great soul and a line in spirit into the mission of making this world a better place. Taking everyone along. So, there's this story in Africa, the story about this archaeologist who went down south in southern Africa to study the cultures, the practices. And he found himself in a village. And as he was spending time with the kids in the village, he put a basket of candies around 30 meters away from where he was sitting with the kids. And he told the kids, the first person who gets to the basket will win the basket of candies. So the kids got together, started talking to each other, whispering. The archaeologist was wondering what we were talking about. Why aren't they running to the basket of candies? And then the kids started holding their hands, one next to each other, and walked towards the basket of candies. And then they started sharing it. So the European archaeologists, important to mention the context, asked the kids, but why did you do that? Why don't you just run? You could have gotten all the candies for yourself. And you know what the kids answered? They answered, Ubuntu. And the archaeologist was, what is that? What does that mean? The kids said, Ubuntu. How can I be happy if the others around me are not happy? And that's why they held each other's hands to that basket. So Ubuntu is a very ancient African philosophy. It's not even a philosophy, it's a way of being. And it's also one of the most ancient words in Africa and therefore in humanity. Ubuntu, you found it in Southern Africa. South Africa, Zimbabwe. It means I am because we are. But you also found it in Central Africa. In Rwanda, they say Umubuntu, which is men and women. You found it in DRC, Central Africa, they say Abantu, which are the humans. And you found it in East Africa, they say Utu, which are humans, people. So Ubuntu means humanity. Ubuntu is the essence of what makes us human. Ubuntu is a global declaration of interdependence. So, as I traveled here, what was really fascinating, I started discussing with a few people over the few days that I've been here, and I realized there's so much in common that India has with Africa. There is so much about our ancient philosophies, our remembering as to who we are as human. Yesterday, for instance, sitting next to Krishna, and you mentioned the word just now, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Earth is a family. Earth is a family in the sense that we are one. Not one just as a species, one with the planet, one with everything that lives on this planet. And in that way, I am because everything around me is. And in that way, it's all interdependent, interconnected. But along the way, we've forgotten that. We've forgotten that because we've been very much on a hamster wheel, in a rat race, and very self-centered. And the world today is calling upon us to remember what makes us human. And I salute this initiative and I'm admirative in front of all those brilliant young men and women who are taking this path of service. So round of applause for you guys, please. And in Africa, we also have one principle. It's not because on stage, you are on stage, that it's a one-way communication. So I'm going to ask every one of you to stand, if you don't mind. We're going to do it the African way. Good. Good. A bit of movement. I'm not going to ask you to dance, so keep calm, it's cool. But I'm going to ask you to say that word, right? And you're going to say it after me. And it needs to start from the base chakra, go all the way up to the crown. And you say, Ubuntu. Louder. Ubuntu. One last time. Ubuntu. You feel different, don't you? Right? That's the energy, that's the power of word and sound. And the same way as I've discovered the past few days that I've been here, that people sing to pray. The same way as we sing back home. Thank you. You can sit back down. So, another round of applause for you guys for Ubuntu. So, what does it mean when we say taking everyone along? You know, I told you the story about those kids who went one by one together to the basket of candies. That story is a bit my story, and a bit why I started Ubuntu, and it's a bit your story, because I identify myself so much with every student in this room. I was born in Cameroon, and from pretty humble backgrounds. My parents were immigrants in France, so I went with them to Paris, went to high school, and at some point, at mid-high school, the principal called my parents and said, "Your kids shouldn't stay in this school." It was in a very challenging neighborhood, let's put it this way, and I was very turbulent as a child. So my mom was a bit worried that they wanted to fire me. And the principal said, "No, we don't want to fire him. You should send him to this school in Paris for special kids, as they call it. It needs to be in an environment where he's intellectually challenged." So from that school, which was free, came some of the brightest minds in France and in Europe, many Nobel Prize, and I was the only black African kid there. But it taught me something very important. I looked around me, and I looked from where I came from the village and the place I was born. And I was, okay, there's so many people back home in Africa that are so much smarter than me, but who will never have this chance. So I made a promise to myself. As I get older, I will make sure that in anything I do, everyone gets equal access to opportunities, regardless of wealth of birth or regardless of place of birth. So, end of high school, started my first NGO, gathered students, African students from all across Europe to get them together under one movement to do skills transfer back to Africa. We organized the first ever recruitment forum for young African students to promote reverse brain drain, so that all those African students who had the opportunity could mentor other students back in Africa to give them a chance. Fast forward, great career, if I may, investment banking, KPMG, World Bank, you name it. But I was frustrated that something was missing. And I did a strong career, you know. We've ended up, my last corporate job was managing director for GE, in charge of investment and project finance for sub-Saharan Africa, for all the subsidiaries of the group: power, water, mining, oil and gas, transportation, healthcare. Grew the portfolio from $5 billion to $23 billion. But something was missing. What was really missing was Africa was considered as poor in paper money, but so wealthy in resources, human capital, natural capital, and somehow it wasn't reflecting its potential. So how do we give equal access to opportunity? The problem for us was we need to redefine money and give a fair share and true shared prosperity. That's how we started Ubuntu Tribe. By using technology to tokenize gold. Why gold? Gold gained 500% in 20 years, while all our currencies, and it was the same for the Indian rupees, lost so much value over the years, so that people don't get penalized and their full potential can be realized. Nobody wants your local currency outside of the border. But the gold has always had value, regardless of civilization, regardless of geographies. How do we make sure everyone get access? With blockchain technology, you can fractionalize and still back by gold, but make it available from as low as 6 US cents. That would roughly be 8 or 10 rupees, I think, right? So, but that was a journey around promoting shared prosperity so that anyone with a mobile phone could also get access to basic telemedicine, access to basic online education, because people don't have Visa or MasterCards, right? Put value to where it belongs. And this whole idea of Ubuntu was help people be empowered. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a chance to fulfill your human potential, you're missing a huge opportunity. And if we can give anyone that chance by removing that barrier that money can be, or access to opportunity can be, we are serving the purpose. But also remember, it's not so much about how much money you're going to make. And this is something I've learned very early. It's about what legacy you're going to leave. What's going to be your impact to the world? When you leave this world, you won't be remembered by your loved ones as an engineer or as a doctor. You would be remembered as a great person, a loving person, a caring person, or someone who didn't care. That's the legacy you leave. It's not your function. It's your essence that you leave behind you. How do we ensure that people have that full opportunity to live that essence? That's why we looked at it in 2 steps. Ubuntu Tribe as an opportunity to empower people and remove the barriers for their personal emancipation. And then Ubuntu Foundation, which own 10% of the company, and where 10% of the profits of the company goes to help people now get more enlightened as you give them freedom. Because if everyone is kept in a situation of vulnerability or survival, they're not realizing their human potential. We need to take away that level of vulnerability or survival, because we're not animals. We are humans. Ubuntu means the humans. How do we bring the human and the best that humanity has to offer? And as we set up this foundation, I realized over my few days here, I was in Delhi, I was here, this culture of giving back in India that is beyond what I've seen anywhere in the world, literally. And this comforted me so much, because people tend to look at their differences, but there is so much more power in looking at what we have in common. Because it's by looking at what we have in common that allows us to survive, to transcend as a species, regardless of the climate challenges that are coming, the wars that are raging, the droughts. Everything is by solidarity. This is who we are. We are a species that has overcome, because every time it's about remembering who we are. And that foundation, the Ubuntu Foundation, is the next level in terms of helping people around nurturing the humanity, around 5 elements. Air, for the air we breathe, keep it clean. For the way we communicate. Fire, for the energy, as renewable as possible. Water, because water is life. It needs to be kept clean. And earth, for the food and for what we extract from it. Those 4 elements are actually linked to our environment because everything is interconnected. What defines us is you are what you eat, you are what you drink, you are the air you breathe. We tend to forget that. And the 5th element at the center is love. Because love is the most powerful energy in the universe. It's the essential message of all religions. And it's what interconnects us. And love for us and for the foundation is about healthcare, education, culture. And as I finish this, when I discussed yesterday about this topic, I was taught a very interesting concept. And that concept is Panch Mahabhut, Bhagwan. Thank you for that. Let me share it about the 5 elements. BH for Buni, which is earth. A for Agni, which is fire. G for Gagan, which is sky, air. Sky, space. V for Vyas, which is air. And N for Nadi, which is river, water. We have so much in common. Your words are our words. I am because you are. Thank you. Ubuntu.
Thank you, Mamadou. I think it's very beautiful. Ubuntu is humanity. And as it was beautifully said, humanity does not mean that we are all same. It is that we cherish our differences, our diversities, because we are like that jigsaw puzzle that is incomplete even when one piece is not there. All the pieces need not be the same, but the pieces need to learn to coexist with one another. And that's the beauty of collective action. That's the beauty of being a leader who can take everybody along. The best symbol that comes to my mind is that of a conductor. A conductor may not know how to play all the instruments, or he may not play the piano as better than the pianist, but he knows how to make them play together and create a symphony out of that. And that is, I think, collaboration, collective action, and Ubuntu. Thank you for your lovely speech. And
Sorry for overlapping a bit.
it's okay. He generously conceded 5 minutes of his time to you. So as we move on into this beautiful session, I'm reminded of a little story which my teacher, my guru, told me, that he was a sadhak in Sri Aurobindo Ashram, and every evening he would go and come back late. And when he would come back, he would wake everybody else up. So somebody went and complained about him to the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, and she called him. And he was very scared that now that I'm caught, what will happen? But when he went there, she gave him a key to the door quietly, and she said, tomorrow when you come late, don't wake everybody else up, here's the key. And he said that from that day, I never came late ever again. And that is the power of concentrating on the positives while letting the negatives take care of themselves. A true leader, in order to take everybody along, has to constantly focus on the strengths of the team he or she is leading. And the negatives do get taken care of by themselves. And that's the theme of the next talk. Please, Aron.
Good afternoon. How are you? Ubuntu. Ubuntu is something that's been long and understood to many for a long, long time. But the thing with looking at strengths and weaknesses of humanity and Ubuntu in the spiritual context, one thing, Mamadou, you left out, which is the sixth essence, is the spirit of the warrior, having the strength and the bravery to take on one's fears as well as to elate others. And not everybody can take a risk or take a chance or curate and optimize an opportunity into something that could benefit the humans around them. And we hear about leaders. I heard many leaders talked about, even Gandhi this morning. And I think as you, young students entering the world, I'll be 57 soon. And I started when I was about 8 years old with my first company, okay? And how the story goes is a story of weakness, but strength. I was born where I couldn't walk for the first 3 years of my life in Malda, India, in West Bengal. And as I would go and look at all the other kids, they were running around and I was crawling around. My grandfather said, "Son, don't worry." He would always look at the sky. He said, "There's a special place for you in this world." And you're 3, 4 years old. What do you do with that, right? Special place for me in the world. As long as it wasn't a hospital, I was okay. But however, later in life, I meant what that meant. I understood what he meant. That there should never be anything that holds a human back for that human to live. And if we take the opportunity for that human to live, whether it's the food, whether it's the energy, whether it's the monies that are available and accessible to them, then we're doing disservice to humanity. And that principle has always stayed with me. So, like most other people embarking upon life, I moved from Kolkata to Brooklyn, New York in 1974. Brooklyn was the melting pot of immigration even then, still is today. And so the story starts in the schoolyard. It's a brief story. It'll be part of the overall story. And I did give 5 minutes of my time, and I'll keep it short. What you have in front of you, what you are doing here, how you're doing it, is very noble. When I heard about it, I said, I designed every one of my businesses over the years, and I've had a very fortuitous career because I just couldn't understand the weakness of humanity. No matter what education, what family, where you came from, I just saw beautiful people, okay, who could walk, who could talk. Even if you couldn't, I would still spend time with you. Thank you. And that story evolves around many things that we've done that some of it's written, some of it you can look me up. But the most important thing is getting the individuals to understand themselves. And what I've learned and what I believe in is that if you can align yourself, your mental capacity with your heart, and what we call gut or stomach, however you define what makes you equilibrium, steady state, then you can understand what you can do. But you may not be afforded the opportunity to understand that early on. Maybe it will happen later in life, as it did for me, to reinforce it. And that understanding, as you apply those tools and techniques and create the kind of success that others decide, not you, then you either get invited to do things like this, you find your own peace, and you get to live life with love. But two things that I want to add to the love all, serve all that we're not taught. And we need to pay a little bit of attention to this. The word care. The care is on top of love. If you know how to express that, then you can take it to a joyful stage. And that joyful stage is being able to have an ability to listen and have a conversation with just about anybody in any language, if you can speak those languages. What it means from a practical sense of life is the balance that we talk about, whether you're a corporate, startup, or just do things for yourself. You get to decide. And when you're in that schoolyard in Calcutta, okay, I grew up very close to Mother Teresa's mission and the orphanage. And my grandfather was the one who helped endow Mother Teresa to build that many years ago. And so every year for Christmas, I have 3 brothers, I'm the middle son. We would be Christmas fathers to give out toys and gifts to these kids. And they were my age. And I saw a lot of bad things happen very early on in my life. And some people would take that as traumatic experiences, and other people take that as a sixth sense to be aware. And to be aware with deep ability to really be aware, to see things that people don't see, to say things that people will feel difficulty in saying. But to be truthful to your personal understanding of your purpose and to be able to articulate those things are the things that engage others in that curative, orchestrative process by which you build a relationship. And that relationship, if done in your natural, transparent way, develops a basis of trust. People talk about trust. People don't know how to give trust. People talk about trust. People don't know when trust is endowed upon them. As we look at where the world is, we can talk about geopolitical affairs, we can talk about things that are going around the corner, but we're not in a good place, as many think, but we're actually in a great place. The shift of where we're entering is opportunities. And I have as far as gone to say to my own children, one who is 27, one who is 21, I said, look, Dad does not have any requirements for you to get any education that you don't think is worthwhile to your success, to your bravery, to what will develop courage for you. Dad will always be your dad. I will always provide for you. You have my heart. I'm always thinking about you guys, and I clearly have a strong stomach to stomach it. So here we are. What that leads, that mindset and framework, is to see where we're going to go. I think you are the generation in India. Forget about all this marketing hype, but the reality is India is very well positioned. From 1974, when I left here, to all these years, I come back over and over again. And as I've watched India grow, yesterday was the first time I landed in the morning in Bangalore, and I realized the last time I was here was the opening of a company, very famous company, that we had funded in India 15 years ago. So I've been to all over India, but I just avoided Bangalore. Because I already felt that Bangalore had a lot of good people here. They didn't need me. Most of them ended up in Silicon Valley in those years, like some of the speakers this morning. But what you also have is a sense of spirituality, which even at a place like this, and the school, and things that are going on here, this should be celebrated. So what we've done along the way, I was fortunate that my drive and my success allowed me for the first time to retire from business when I was 27, okay? With as much money then I could do a lot of great things with, and I did, gave most of it away. And then and when I turned 33, I took my second company public, and more billions of dollars came my way. And unfortunately, I got very sick running a public company, and that's when my life really began. When you're in a hospital and you've been very, very successful and celebrated by everybody, I really didn't care, because I was the guy who couldn't walk, and when he started walking, forget about it, Forrest Gump, this guy was running. Then he started racing, then he started flying planes, then he wanted to be an astronaut. He went to the Air Force, came out of his first assignment, went straight to Wall Street. I turned 21 when I went to Wall Street. And what I realized, that it was the way how we organized business, how we motivated people, and what we did were everything that I did not believe in. But I saw the strength of where I was, the people I was working with. It was a top investment bank in the world. And to be there at 20 with Nobel laureates, whilst doing my PhD in what, 37 years ago? Artificial intelligence. Don't buy it then, don't buy it now, but it's okay, that's my point. But what I realized very quickly, there was a lot of great people, even on Wall Street, who really didn't understand. And there were these people in Silicon Valley who thought they were the smartest people in the world. But it's the place and the people who create your ability through experience to really understand that when you do see weakness, you're not there to decide what you're deciding. There's strength in every one of us. If we harness it, if we nurture it, if we orchestrate it, great things will happen. With that said, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aron. So it looks like, from a spiritual point of view, strength and weakness are the two sides of the same coin. And the weakness that one is born with, if it is faced and overcome, can become our greatest strength. Timid people can completely become courageous. A miser can become generous. And from a friend of mine who was a very timid child at school, when he joined martial arts, I too am a black belt in karate, and I know the kind of transformation that happened. When he had become a black belt, he would just not bother when somebody was irritating him, because he knew that one punch and that person will be out forever. So how timidity? So weaknesses, if are embraced as challenges, they can become our greatest strengths. And that's how we can use them for our transformation. And moving on, the next talk here is about happiness. Generally, it is felt and thought that happiness is the aim of life. But perhaps when we look deeper, I would like to believe that maybe a purposeful life is the purpose of life, and happiness is a byproduct. If we run after happiness, it's like that mirage that we can never reach. But if we live for a purpose, and if that purpose is to love and serve all, then maybe that is the best way to be happy. But let's see what Rajesh has to share on happiness.
Thanks, Gitanjali. And it's my pleasure to address you all. So I will, take back to, 13 years ago. I think that's when the first seed of, what we are doing today was born. And our problem, or what bothered us, was the fact that nobody wanted to be a farmer. The farming was considered as unviable. I think we read it, in newspapers, we read it, in media, we see it, farmer suicides, everything. But what was supposed to be the most fundamental thing, the food, the value add that is happening, somebody is providing us a food, but that nobody wanted to continue in that profession. That really bothered us. Especially, you see, so many of them, they will leave the farming they'll come to the city. It's not that city is offering them something great. They take up extremely menial jobs, and that is hardly any dignity. So this was something that really, really bothered us and inspired us to do something. Of course, how do we go and change something in a rural area? How do you change something which is a problem which is as big as, it's just like very overwhelming. But then we felt that it's better to focus on small numbers, do small things, and let the cycle start. I think that's how Akshay Kalpa was born. Akshay Kalpa, the name itself indicates unlimited possibilities. So what was started was a program where we focused on developing some leaders in the rural area. So what we also realize is that the landholdings are extremely fragmented. So these people will have 3 acres, 4 acres maximum. And we sort of, first we did a lot of R&D, and then we went to them and sort of asked them to convert to organic. Now, what does organic mean? Organic is nothing else. And we sort of made dairying as one of the core areas for them to work on as a profession, because dairying actually gives you a daily cash flow, because all of us have milk every day, and every day we pay for it, every day the farmer gets paid. So that is how it was started, and the cow dung became a source of fertilizer as well, what we call as a closed loop system. So that's how our entire production system was born, where we took a small farmer, gave him inputs of how to sort of become an organic and how to become self-sustainable, so that everything that the cow needs or everything that needs to be done is done within the farm. You don't have to go and buy a cattle feed, or you're not depending upon any other pesticides or any other chemicals that you need to spend money on. So, and of course, we took care of a lot of other needs that he has in terms of, having a chiller there, having, other infrastructure that is there, providing a market access. Because on the other hand, when we are interacting with the consumers, they had a very, very different, thing, where people felt that, some of the kids thought, the milk is produced in some stores. So, that was the level of understanding of food. So we sort of, arranged for a lot of consumers to visit these farmers and understand what they're doing. And once they understood it, they were more than happy to pay the, extra price that is required to make these farmers more viable. So Akshay Kalpa is working with, number of these farmers. Our numbers are small, but, we have been able to fundamentally change their lives. These farmers were, earning on an average only 10,000 rupees a year. Imagine earning only 10,000 rupees a month, which is like really low, 10,000 rupees a month. And they will supplement this with some non-farm income. So today, because we track this data very passionately, each of 1,000 farmers is at least earning 1 lakh rupees a month. So that's the change we've been able to bring. And more importantly, what we felt is we alone can't change, neither they can change. So we chose one farmer from each village for this experiment, so that we have these 1,000 farmers that we have around almost 1,000 villages in and around the Tiptur and Tumkur districts, Hassan district of Karnataka. So seeing these farmers, our endeavor is that more and more farmers can practice what they are doing. So it's about setting up a purpose-driven company through with each of the existing farmers also act as another ambassadors, I think, rural areas. So that requires a deep understanding of the purpose, and that sort of we have been able to build that, and that has resulted in what we called as fundamentally life-changing sort of themes for many of the farmers. So today we have tried to now go beyond the current state of Karnataka. Now we are also working with the farmers in Chennai region. We are also trying to work with the farmers in the Hyderabad region. So one day we feel that the purpose with which we are founded can be expanded through many parts of this country. And for us, yes, I think employee happiness and the building a greater society of happiness, many a times it just becomes a LinkedIn sort of or a social media sort of a thing. We try to do a lot of fundamental changes, and the most important thing was, of course, trying to align them to the purpose, which will see them have a greater satisfaction towards what they want to achieve. Of course, treating the lowest level employee with the greatest dignity, I think, including, for example, very, very practical things like everyone should wash their own plates. Everyone is treated extremely equally. So I think incorporating these small practical things has helped us, to build the dignity at the small, lowest of level. And we believe that in turn has made everyone aware of the fact that we are all equals. There is no, while the corporate world lives on designations, we have tried to go and make it little flatter so that when they are able to go to the farmers and the other people that they are working with, they can execute the same sort of a behavior. So that is how we believe that, creating models will result in a change sooner or later. And of course, we have been, extremely inspired by the Gandhian philosophy. So we are trying to incorporate a lot, from that front as well. So it's, I think, the statement here is, very inspiring of love all and serve all. This is what we continue to do for the, farmers, the small number of farmers that we have been able to impact.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. And rightly put, leadership starts from having a purpose and a cause that is larger than oneself. It is that cause in front of which your life itself seems very small and that you can, give it up. And that, when one inspires others with, is what builds a happy team. And I think this is something we do when we recruit people, that we align them with our organization's vision. So when individual vision is not met, you cannot have happy people. And we have an exercise where we work with everybody and find their swadharma and see that if it aligns with the swadharma of the organization. Thank you very much for your empowering work with the farmers and also for your lovely speech. And the final session, last but not the least, is very, very interesting because Ms. Mynoo's company, the initiative is called Poem. And the session we are in is See. So in India, one who could see was called a seer, the sages and the seer. And that seer was also the kavi, the poet who wrote the poems. So it beautifully adds up, your company's name and the session you are in. And why was he a seer? Because he could see more than what others could see. Like a true leader, when you can see all the perspectives. And for that, one needs to develop one's intuition. In India, intuition is attached with Lord Indra, and who gives us that lightning and thunder. While our logical intellect is like that of a candle, it can only light so much, but a thunderstorm and lightning, it lights up the entire place. And an intuitive flash of lightning is like that of Indra's lightning that helps you see more than what others can see, and that helps you to lead. So we are very keen to hear you on intuition. Thank you.
So yes, hello everyone. And talking about happiness, I'll just take the lead from there. Actually, I'll begin with this question, that we've been asking throughout the day: are leaders born? Of course, leaders are born. We are born leaders. I've recently become a grandma of, and he's now 2 years old. So I have had an opportunity to watch this baby from the time of its birth. My God, it's a fabulously motivating leader, this one. It just literally gets all of us to do whatever it is that it wishes to be done with it. So the point I want to make is we are all born leaders. Leaders are born. My journey began I was born, brought up in India, so India trains you very well for the competitive world. I had a very strange hobby of exploring underground passages in old palaces and old temples. And I grew up in the first 4 years of my life in Mathura, Vrindavan, so a lot of spirituality was there. I think it just got into me at a cellular level. And then, of course, I went on to live in Mumbai, went to live in London for many years, got into the corporate race, and then felt quite disconnected with myself. everybody would, from a material perspective, would have loved to have my life. But for me, I just didn't know what was going on. I felt disconnected. One thing led to another, had a huge health issue, and then went on to find myself. And in that journey of finding myself, I chose that the next phase of my life was going to be about living an extraordinary life where all aspects of my life coexist. And it is in that quest of living this extraordinary life where all aspects of my life coexist, I got to see that there are so many other aspects of life. And it is bringing all of that together that got me to understand that actually we are born leaders. I learned yoga, realized that if you get the perfect yoga posture, a cellular memory is created. And you can always go back to it at any time. We are born leaders. So even if you get disconnected from that, and you start following or you feel you have to conform, you have cellular memory of being a leader. You can always go back to it. My intention with this particular session is to really share a variety of perspectives. I mean, I did in my corporate world, travel the world and studied, role modeled about 258 different inspired leaders, distilled from that 7 habits of inspired leadership. And I may or may not talk about all of the 7 habits, but there are a few key perspectives that I do believe are important to share. We were talking about happiness. So my question to myself when I'm going through my spiritual awakenings is, what is the secret of happiness? How can I be happy all the time without being disconnected? And here's the answer that I received. I became quite an intuitive. So here's the answer I got from within myself, which is happiness is one side of a decision-making coin. On the one side, it's happiness, and the other side is suffering. So happiness is basically a decision you make. And when you've taken the decision of being happy, joy is the action you take. Suffering, on the other hand, is also a decision you make. And when you've made a decision of suffering, pain is the justification you seek. So you don't do happiness. It's just a matter of you choosing to be happy as a decision. And then you start collecting a treasure trove of actions that give you joy. And that could be anything, from looking at like I love looking at 24/7 webcam of Rialto Bridge in Venice. It immediately brings joy back. Whatever it may be. I talked about we are born leaders. We have a cellular memory of leadership, and I talked about my grandson. So here I am observing this child and noticing, okay, really, we are born leaders. He knows the nuances. I've studied leaders. I've got the 7 habits, and I'm seeing this child who cannot speak my language display those habits. And then I got a very nuanced principle, which is totally worth understanding. And that principle is the principle of baby steps. We use this term baby steps, but think about it. When a baby takes a step, that's it. It starts walking, and then it starts running. There is no going back. It's a milestone step. You are a born leader. Regardless of whatever is going on in your life, you can lead your way through that by simply choosing to take a baby step. A baby step is a milestone step. Now, with that understanding, I went deeper into, okay, we are born leaders. So what are we equipped with when we are born as leaders? We are equipped with 3 things. We are equipped with a modus operandi, and that modus operandi is the operandi of choice. You're born, if you're born and you're human and you're a living being actually on this planet, you're equipped with choice. You're always choosing, even if you choose to make no choice. Even if you choose to hand over your choice to someone else, to the weather, to a circumstance, to whatever. You are choosing that. So how about getting more conscious about your choice? So how can you take leadership in becoming conscious about your choice? Now, when you make a choice, you take an action. That action has a consequence. So what if you considered the choice that you are about to make, but before you take action, just consider the consequence. And then you declare, I choose that consequence. So here you are, students. You're studying for your next, furthering your careers. Now, there was Aron, who talked about he didn't walk for the first 3 years of his life. He had polio. He could have made any choice at that moment. And he chose to be the special child that his grandfather talked to him about. He didn't choose giving up just because he had polio, just because the world talked about, well, you got polio and that's it, He didn't choose, he chose to seize life, chose to come alive. Now, there was a consequence to that, because when he would have started taking those actions, there would have been pain. There would have been like overprotection from his family. Well, he still chose to be alive. But so at 3, he probably wasn't considering the consequence. I just use that as an example. So just imagine, someone tells you something really nasty or really bad, and you're about to react. Pause. What's the consequence of reaction? What is reaction? Reaction is reactivating an emotional trigger. What is that going to do? It is just going to reactivate an emotional trigger, and you might get frustrated or you might get attacked back. Okay, so I choose to be attacked back. Would you choose that? You probably wouldn't. So we're born with choice. You can exercise that and be a leader even in the choices that you make. We are born with dignity. Dignity, so many of us have talked about that. That's a passion of mine. Here I'm leading the World Dignity Forum, co-creating it with many of the people that you've heard about from here. And dignity is the honoring of your own worthiness. We are born worthy. After all, we are a soul being that has come into this human form having a human experience. So we are born with dignity. We already are worthy. It's a matter of you acknowledging that. Nobody can take your dignity away. Only you can forget about it from time to time. Come back, because you are a soul being having a human experience. You can recall your worthiness, and dignity comes all the way back. The World Dignity Forum is being designed very specifically to be a conscious parallel to the World Economic Forum. It is because we forget our own worthiness, we give ourselves permission to take that worthiness away from others. So as a result, a tree has value. Once it is chopped, it's on the balance sheet. And therefore, forests get chopped, and lo and behold, we are all dealing with the climate change issue. So dignity you are born with, it's one of the capabilities of you being born as a leader. Really acclaim that. Reconnect to your worthiness. What's the difference between leaders and managers? We've heard that about management is about doing the right way, and leader is about doing the right thing. In my world, I talk about leaders set the context, and managers focus on content. And you are a born leader, in certain areas of your life, you will be a manager. Other areas of your life, you will be a worker. In other areas of your life, you are a leader. So where you are a leader, your job is to only create and manage context. When you get into content as a leader, the context gets disconnected, and then everybody's running around like, in chaos. So always remember, this part of my life I lead. This part I follow. And that's fine. You focus on content there. Where you lead, you lead. So if you're a parent here, or a grandparent like I am, or you are a student, your life you lead. It is your choice. And if you do not like what is being asked of you, lead your communication about what it is that you wish to say, and then declare what is it that you can be counted on. I study these inspired leaders. We live in extraordinary times, and inspired leaders are completely equipped for that. Inspired leaders have only one job to do, and their only job is to create other leaders who can take failure and not give a damn. They see failure as a fast forward, as the only way you will know what not to do. And we live in extraordinary times. The entire world is united in experiencing these extraordinary times where uncertainty is what is certain, unknown is what is known, change is constant, take nothing for granted is the modus operandi. There is a shift from sustainable to regenerative. There's a shift from survival instinct to a thriving instinct. There is a shift from command and control to collaborative co-creation of coexistence. And there is a shift. This is the world you are all entering into as leaders. There is a shift from only achieving fantastic results to actually delivering extraordinary results. Extraordinary results are, it's a 3x3 matrix where extraordinary results include unprecedented performance, operational excellence, and transforming quality of life. For you as the leader, your stakeholders, which includes your family and friends and the planet. Inspired leaders do that all the time. Now, for them to be constantly self-motivated, to live this extraordinary life and deliver these extraordinary results, they are plugged into their passion. Now, here's the truth about passion. I remember in my corporate world, when I was like busy on multiple hamster wheels, I would say, oh, passion, it's pause on passion. You know, when I get there, I will connect to my passion. And then literally one thing would finish, I would have no time to celebrate, and I would be on another hamster wheel. And so life went on. Until I really got this samurai philosophy. I was a passionate watcher of Japanese movies. And I would study these samurai warriors, and I thought, there is something going on here. So what does a samurai warrior get trained in that is quite distinctive? They are trained to die in battle. They learn to die, they experience dying in battle in a variety of ways. So as a result, when they battle, they battle. So what's the equivalent of that in terms of how we live our life? That was my secret to actually step into action with implementing my passion. Whenever we die, like if I was to drop dead right now, there'll be some things I'm satisfied about, some things I'm not. If I was to drop dead in 10 days' time, 10 years' time, 50 years' time, there'll be some things I'm satisfied about, some things I'm not. So hey, whenever I die, some things I'm satisfied about, some things I'm not. So why not live my passion right now? What's there to wait? So I chose to make passion, living by passion, as my new fashion. And everything transformed from that point on. You can choose to do that right now. And that's what inspired leaders do. It is part of their foundation. They also, when they lead, they create a game culture. They adopt a game philosophy. We heard from Somdev earlier on, and all of us have engaged in some game or the other. Now, game feels a little bit flippant. However, think about it. Every game has a very clear intention. It is an intention that is unequivocal, it is measurable, it is understood by everyone that is interested in watching the game, everyone that is a player. You don't just have anybody go play the game. You actually choose and ask the player if they wish to be a player. As a player, you choose whether you wish to be a player. And when you choose to wish to be a player, you go train yourself, regardless of what happens. You become coachable. There is a particular way in which the court in which the game is played is built as well. So there's inspired leaders adopt the game philosophy. They create games. They go out and recruit players for their games. They also know it's not enough to only have players. You want to also have those that are going to be cheerleaders, those that are actually going to be on the stands watching the game, those that are actually going to be coaches. So leaders actually build their teams with all of this in mind. And when I work with business leaders, I always say to them, you know, it's time to adopt a re-recruitment strategy. So if you, as a student, have taken on a particular, course that you're working with, and it looks like it's leading you to a particular career path, always re-recruit yourself. Am I actually really interested in being a player? Because a player who is going to play the game and is doing it under duress, or doing it because somebody else has asked him to, does not play a good game. He actually leads the team down and actually damages his own self-confidence. So create a game philosophy with which you run your life. Get clear about what your intention is. How will you know that you won the game? And then go recruit players, recruit collaborators with you. A couple of practices that I have seen which are absolutely fundamental when I see leaders that are inspiring extraordinary results. This one is about their choice with which they adopt this trying philosophy. So I often, people who work with me, I have heard me say, hey, trying is so trying. It's exhausting. Don't try. Make a choice, make a decision, and get on with it. Just stop trying. And finally, just before I finish, I want to leave you with 3 questions that you work with and ask yourself. Before you rush and get into the busyness of doing something because you feel it is called of you or because you've always done it, ask this question, is this mine to do? And if your answer is no, don't do it. Take the leadership in communicating that. If your answer is no and you've always done it, then ask the question, well, what is mine to do? It may be that it's yours to inspire or it's yours to delegate. The second question, before you jump into action, is, if I didn't have to, if I didn't need to, would I choose to do this? And if your answer is yes, go do it. If your answer is no, examine deeper before you go ahead with it. And the final question is the question which actually gets the universe to multiply and amplify the vibration of things getting better and better, which is, how much better can it get? Ask that question. The moment you find, even if you're in overwhelm, if you find something really lovely, just go for it and acknowledge it and ask the question, how much better can it get? And you will see it starts to multiply by itself. With that, thank you very much for listening. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for beautifully summarizing the habits of inspiring leaders, and I'm sure we have a lot of takeaway from that. It was said that Napoleon could create generals out of mud, as it were. So a true leader is one who can create many such leaders like him who are better, thereby making himself or herself redundant. Yesterday, Sadhguru asked for Guru Dakshina to each of the students here that create 1,000 teachers like yourselves, thousands of you, more and more. So that's what a good leader is, that he or she makes herself redundant, and as ma'am beautifully put it. Now, if I look at the discussion that we've had, I think the 2 qualities that seem to have emerged beautifully of a great leader who is collaborative is, one, is humility. I am because you are. It makes you extremely humble that you cannot exist without the others. So a great leader is truly humble. And secondly, the second quality that has emerged is that of gratitude. Gratitude for having been given a cause which is so larger than oneself that it imbues us with passion, with happiness to take it forward, to make an impact in the world, and to keep inspiring generations once one has left. So that is the secret, could be, for collaborative action. And a question that I would like to put across to all of you, and we could end with that, is, while we are all born leaders, as you say, and while we are all inherently selfless, as we have been hearing for the last 2 days, but by the time we are adults, somehow, the society makes us completely self-interested, which is the opposite of true leadership. So maybe you could give us your thoughts about how do we balance selflessness, selfless leadership with self-interest, which has become, it's so instinctive, and then how to go beyond that self-interest. Thank you. Mamadou, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's true that when you look at even the school system, right? I think for centuries, the past 3-4 centuries, the school system has been engineered and structured to produce, I won't call it robots, but very obedient, task-focused people to serve a particular system, right? And that's where you start losing your leadership because you're not called to lead and you're not called to collaborate. You know, all the assignments, you have to do them alone. You're not allowed to speak to your neighbor and so on. So I think what really helped address that are a few key things, and I think we had the example of sports earlier as a way to kind of nurture your leadership, nurture your competitiveness, but also in the collaboration as a team. And the other very key phenomenon that is also important is generational, what I would call responsibility, right? I think once you, I would say, deprogram yourself and look at the problems around you, your leadership is called back, which is solving those problems, right? And there is this quote from Frantz Fanon, who's a famous African writer, that says, every generation has a mission. They can honor it or betray it in a relative opacity. And I think, you know, even if you look at the history of colonization, decolonization, and responsibility, leaders re-emerge with opportunity and situation. And it's also important to understand that it's not about being a leader all the time. It's what I call circumstantiated leadership, right? There's a leader born in all of us, but it's not called to lead at every given time, right? And it's about using a particular quality to respond to a particular situation that calls upon your leadership. But it's not about you being on the front row. Like you said, it's about humility, it's about collective, it's about I am because we are. And you make that, and there's this, you know, powerful example of the conductor, right? So the conductor has a role, but the player, the pianist or the violinist knows what he has to do, but still values the conductor, right? And sometimes it's going to be a solo in a music partition because it's its turn, right? So it's what I call collective leadership, right? And that's where it's really where you have this societal shift when everybody plays their role at a particular time based on their particular skills and qualities as a human. We don't all have the same qualities. Thank you.
I think very well put. Thank you. And so collective leadership, we can be leaders and followers at the same time. In fact, a good leader is a good follower and vice versa. Unless we learn how to follow, we can never learn how to lead. As I said, these opposites are the two sides of the same coin. Your views on how we supersede self-interest with selflessness.
Yeah, I think it's respect is a key word. Respect for yourself, for others around you, for the environment, what you want to service. And if you can crack the code on respect, I think you will have a trusted view to have the opportunity to lead. Because we can talk about leadership, but to be put in a situation. So if you're the special forces in a call of war, you're leading with a different mission versus if you're trying to build a startup and make it into a great company. It's a different mission, you know, but it's the respect that gets you the humanity.
Thank you. Would you like to add your thoughts quickly? We maybe have a couple of minutes.
So self-interest versus selfless service. For me, my perspective on that is it's about harmonization. You talked about respect. It's about harmony. You know, there are times where it is important to take care of yourself, you know, and not only be in selfless service. So my thing is, don't worry about balancing self-interest with selfless service. It's actually about find harmony within yourself. You know, choose what is best for you, and it plans out to be best for all, as opposed to trying to balance. Find harmony within yourself, and your self-interest will actually serve and propel selfless service.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, my thoughts echo the similar one. Just do the right thing. I think when you end up doing the right thing, when no one is watching, or do the thing, if tomorrow, let's say, whatever you do is published in a leading, newspaper daily, will you be comfortable? I think as long as you do the right thing, the team will learn. I think everyone will, we all can be, moving towards something that is more positive than, just focusing on self.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at the end of this session. Hope you enjoyed it. My last bit on this self-interest and selflessness is the common word here is the self, and how we define the self thereby becomes important. Is it the ego self that we call self-interest, or is it our Atman and our universal self? So when we realize our universal self, then our self-interest will beautifully align with the good of the world. As the Gita says, we start then working for Loka Sangraha. Our best becomes the world's best and vice versa. And that's when we emerge as true leaders. Thank you.
We are grateful for the panelists for keeping us all engaged with their insightful talks and sharing their expertise from different parts of the globe. It was a thoroughly informative session for all of us. May we invite Dr. Vasudev, Director of Innovation and Incubation Center, Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence, to present our token of love and gratitude to all the panel members. Mr. Mamadou Kwidjim Toure. Mr. Aron D. Ms. Gitanjali. Mr. Rajesh Babu. Ms. Mynoo Maryel. We request all the panel members to pose for a group photograph. Thank you. A gentle reminder that if anyone has questions for Sadhguru for this evening session, please hand it over to Sister Navya Sai on the ladies' side and Brother Sriniket on the gents' side. We will now have a short break of 10 minutes, after which we should reconvene for the next session.
will focus on the theme, to tell. The session goal is to ruminate on the idea that a leader must communicate properly to bring about the correct course correction at the right time. Effective communication is key to a good leadership. Before we begin, a few words from our conference chair, Professor Anantharaman, about the theme of the session. We also invite our panelists to take the stage.
The next module is to tell. This is all about communication. Action speaks better than words, but words have their place. It was Khalil Gibran who once said, between what is said and not meant, and what is meant and not said, much love is lost. Effective communication, both oral and written, is an essential tool of a leader. Let's look at the power of words. We talked in one of the earlier sessions about the Taj tragedy. When airlines undergo disaster and crash, their post-disaster advertisement focuses on new initiatives and publicity slogans. They do not want to remind the public about the unfortunate tragedy. But Taj did exactly the opposite. They focused on the tragedy. Now, this ad appeared in all the national newspapers a few weeks after the shooting. It started with, I will endure through the ages, almost giving it immortality. I've held my ground in human history as unfolded, timeless procession of laughter and tears, courage and cowardice, good and evil, I will prevail. Stirring words. Kennedy used this in his inauguration. Ask not what America will do for you, but what you will do for America. Our Prime Minister Nehru said on the 14th August, at the stroke of midnight, when the world sleeps, India wakes to life and freedom. Talking of the Dunkirk evacuation, where 340,000 soldiers were evacuated, Winston Churchill said, never in the history of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. Martin Luther King again, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a world where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This conveys the power of words. A mission statement tucked away in a corner is completely forgotten unless it is conveyed properly through words. Leaders who reach the top do not simply pay lip service to the importance of effective communication. In fact, a communication specialist says there are 5 words that are important. Impact, reliability, consequences, mission, and commitment. There was an experiment in Minnesota University. 20 people were put in 2 rooms. One of them was given only 1 meal a day. The second room, they were given full meal. In both the rooms, they played Beethoven's music as well as food recipes. Those who were hungry heard only the food recipe. Those who were full heard Beethoven. When Ben Togler, a visiting professor at Yale Business School, asked Obama, what's the secret of your communication? He said, the tricks of charisma, speaking with certain style is irrelevant today. The only thing that is, you believe what you say what you believe. So basically, the leader has to understand the communication process. It must have a purpose, it must be received, it must be timely, it must be accepted, it must be understood. And today it extends to networks. The leader must know how to use this effectively. There was an uprising in Egypt in 2011. Wal Ghonim, Egyptian internet activist, said, we use Facebook to schedule the protests, Twitter to coordinate them, and YouTube to show to the world. Again, future leaders need to develop another talent. By 2025, scientists expect humans to produce 175 zettabytes or 1 million gigabytes of data. We must know how to use this data and convert them humanely. Again, there is the whole aspect of new generation. They will accept one word in WhatsApp more effectively than 10 pages of what you write to them. These are all the changes that are taking place in the communication process. In summary, good communication improves engagement, aligns employees with strategic goals, builds trust, creates a collaborative and excellent working place. To talk about this, we have today 4 experts who will talk about the relevance of our last module, to tell, which is to communicate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A brief round of introduction of our esteemed panelists. Mr. Amit Sharma, Managing Partner, Global Delivery, IBM Consulting. Hearty welcome to you, sir. With an impressive track record in this industry, Amit brings extensive expertise and leadership skills to his role. Throughout his career, Mr. Amit has demonstrated a passion for driving innovation and leveraging technology to solve complex business challenges. He has played a pivotal role in developing and implementing transformative solutions for clients across various industries. His topic is leading with empathy, communicating and connecting with your team. The next panelist, Mr. Nikhil, leadership coach and founder, Soul to Soul Coaching. Welcome to you, sir. Bringing over 20 years of experience in both the agency and corporate sides of communications, he works as an executive director at AdFactors PR. Mr. Day is an expert in discovering ways to better add value to client campaigns, infuse creativity in public relations, and build a culture of continuous learning in the industry. He will speak on mindful listening and navigating through difficult conversations. Our next speaker, Mr. M.V. Narayana, Senior Consultant, HCL Foundation. He is an expert in CSR and the development sector with 39 years of vast experience in India. He has worked with national and international organizations and brings great experience across numerous areas, having worked on many projects with international organizations including UNICEF, HCL Foundation, and the World Health Organization. He will speak on the topic, motivating the team by recognizing good work. And lastly, our session chair for this evening, Mr. Indushekhar B., Vice President, Volvo India. Active in various industry associations, Mr. Indushekhar is a member of the Volvo Group India Country Management Team and serves on the State Council for the Federation of Indian Industry in Karnataka. He embodies the principles of Level 5 leadership, emphasizing humility, determination, and long-term success. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sister Sri Lakshmi, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you very much. Good evening. This is amazing, huh? Energy at almost, 4 o'clock in the evening. What we are going to do is begin with the end in mind. The end is 4:45 p.m. So how do we make sure that 3 eminent speakers, not compromising on the quality of the topic, what needs to be communicated, and the content. So before we start, my pranams to Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, and also at the lotus feet of Sadguru Sri Madhusudan Sai. Leadership is actually emanating from this place. Leadership in healthcare, education, nutrition, leadership in medical science, leadership in whatever the nutrition, food, and everything that happens to the students. Today, if there isn't good communication skills, then that perhaps would be a big hindrance for one's career growth. Since morning, you've been listening to be, do, see, I'm a manufacturing guy. See, go to the Gamba, the place of happening. Go and see, learn from it. And then how do you communicate to your team? How do you communicate with your union? How do you make sure that they all get aligned, calibrated to your thoughts, and eventually contributing for the success of the organization? So, without wasting much of the time, let me call Amit. Over to you. And my friend, your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm going to talk to you about leading with empathy and how we can leverage communicating and connecting with your team. As we all know, we live in a very hyper-connected world where connections are multiplying by the day. The advent of social media and ubiquitous smartphones in the hands of almost everybody in the workforce are resulting in unprecedented profusion in the availability of information. In this rapidly growing clutter, the need for crisp, clear communication that catches the attention of your team is increasingly difficult. As leaders, we are now often competing even to just seek the attention of our teams. So let me first unpack the importance of leadership communication and the connection with teams. In my current role with IBM, I lead a team of over 120,000 consulting professionals who are based in nearly 40 countries around the world, in pretty much every time zone. For me, communicating with this team at this scale and dispersion is one of my biggest management challenges. It is, of course, an essential part of being an effective leader. Good communication, helps you build trust, improve collaboration, and ensure that everyone is working to the same objective. In order to communicate and connect effectively, there are several key strategies that I use. First is to have clarity and clear lines of communication. This means creating an environment where teams feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and ideas, and where they know that their input is valued. One way to do this is by holding regular scheduled team meetings where everyone has the opportunity to speak and share their ideas. The easy part here is scheduling them. It often happens that the same people keep talking, so you need to make sure that everyone gets a chance. In addition to regular meetings, it's also important to establish clear channels for communication outside of meetings. This could be, using email, Slack, instant messaging, or whatever you have set up in a shared workspace where team members can collaborate and share information. Again, as we do this post-pandemic, and given that we have a hybrid workforce where some people are present and some people are working remotely, I find the most important part is making sure that we have inclusive communication with everyone, not just those who are there with you face-to-face, but even those who are remote. Another key strategy for communicating and connecting with your teams is to actively listen to what they have to say. This means not only hearing their words, but also paying attention to their body language and nonverbal cues. By actively listening, you can better understand the needs and concerns of your team members and respond in a way that addresses those needs. This, again, when people are remote, is extremely challenging because it's hard to read nonverbal cues. In addition to listening, it's also important to provide feedback to your team. And this needs to be constructive and specific and should focus on helping team members grow to their fullest potential. By doing this regularly, you can help your team members become more effective. Another key strategy for communicating and connecting is to be transparent in decision-making. This means being open about the reasons behind your decisions and explaining how those decisions will impact your team. By being transparent, you can also help your team members understand the bigger picture and feel more invested in the success of the entire team. Hence, by communicating and connecting, it is extremely essential to being an effective leader. Now let's take a step into empathy and understand what is empathy and why it's important. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. It allows a leader to connect with their team on a deeper level and to understand their needs and concerns. This understanding can help a leader to make better decisions and to create more positive and productive work environments. In my nearly 30 years of career with IBM, I've spent more than 25 of them in finance. And in 20 of those years, I was either a controller or a CFO or chief financial officer, where the spotlight is on you and mistakes are not tolerated. Surprisingly, it is in these kind of roles that I truly understood the meaning of empathy. Empathy is not just about being kind or compassionate. It's about truly understanding the perspective of others and using that understanding to guide your actions. A leader with empathy will take the time to listen to their team and to understand their individual needs and concerns. They will also be willing to adapt their leadership style to meet the needs of their team. It can have many benefits, of course. It can build trust, loyalty with your team members, and it actually takes down to an important point about care. People really believe that you truly care when you're empathetic. It can also make team members feel more comfortable about sharing their thoughts and ideas when they know that the person on the other side understands them. Empathy also leads to better decisions. When a leader takes time to understand the perspective of his team members, they're more informed decisions, and they take into account all the concerns of their team members. It also leads to more effective problem solving and prevents conflicts in the long run. So it's clear that empathy is an important trait for any leader to possess. There are many notable examples of leaders who led with empathy. We just heard about Martin Luther King, Barack Obama, Winston Churchill, and of course, my personal favorite, Nelson Mandela. These individuals are often described as charismatic, but when you dig deeper, we see that their levels of empathy, their emotional intelligence and commitment, and motivation and trustworthiness were central in making them the remarkable leaders that they are seen to be. Empathy is thus not only important for political leaders, but also for business leaders, and I dare say for all leaders in all spheres of life. The benefits of empathetic leadership are several. It is one of the keys to success, and one where creating trust and making sure that everyone is on the same platform, which brings out the true sense and worth for our team members. Empathy encourages innovation and helps people cope with stress. I've observed this to be particularly true when leading multicultural dispersed teams around the world that are collaborating across time zones. Empathy allows leaders to understand the root cause behind poor performance and help those who are struggling and then find a way to excel. Being empathetic, leaders can gather information about what their team members need and adapt their leadership style depending on their priorities. As a CFO, very few people expected me to be empathetic, and they found it refreshing in certain situations to deal with someone who really understood more than just the spreadsheet that was put in front of me. Empathy can play a crucial role in conflict resolution. It enables individuals to recognize and appreciate the feelings and perspectives of others, which helps them resolve disputes without resorting to aggressive tactics and personal attacks, which unfortunately in the corporate world are too many. At IBM, we are used to operating in what is called a matrix management structure, which requires each leader to understand multiple dimensions of the matrix and build an appreciation of what the same thing looks from another perspective. Practicing empathy thus allows you to engage in a better conversation and help resolve conflict. I will now turn my attention to the impact on the lack of empathy. There are many potential consequences for leaders who lack empathy, and I've seen several of them personally. A leader without empathy is often, less effective and has teams whose engagements are much lower. It can obviously lead to miscommunication, poor relationships, and often ends up in a toxic climate. Miscommunications can occur even when a leader fails to consider how their communication will be received and understood by their team. This can lead to all kinds of negative outcomes. A toxic climate can develop when relationships break down or become distant, as is often in several remote connections. This can lead to unpredictable behavior, and emotions can often inhibit the creativity of the group. Thus, a lack of empathy in leadership can have several negative consequences. It is important for leaders to practice empathy in order to build strong relationships with their team and to create a positive and productive environment. As I wrap up, I want to finally dig into some of the challenges of leading with empathy. Some of these challenges include being perceived as weak, not knowing where to draw the line, hampering diversity, empathy being personally stressful on the leader, making people less accountable, making poor decisions, and of course, not being able to manage time and resource constraints. And the most important is not being able to deliver on the required results. Thus, I believe that empathy is essential for connection and leadership, but it should not be blindly and completely relied upon. A leader without empathy may be less effective at making wise decisions, but empathy may also cloud their judgment and encourage bias. Without empathy, leaders won't be able to get people excited about fulfilling their vision, and their relationships with their team will suffer. Thus, in conclusion, I would say that while empathy has many benefits, it can also present some challenges for leaders, which obviously are much easier to manage. It is important for leaders to find a balance between empathy and other important leadership traits in order to be effective and adapt to every situation. Thank you.
That's fantastic, Amit. You know, this is one thing, empathy. And you know, to practice this, I think what he narrated, if we just make sure that step by step we develop those, I think we will be super duper leaders. It is also true when you have to resolve issues, conflicts, etc. You need to have a patient hearing. Make sure truly getting into the other's shoe. Empathy is all about getting into the other's shoe and then have that feel. Hey, if I spoke very rudely, what would be the kind of a mental makeup for this person, whether it's he or she? And in today's world, the mental health is becoming another big challenge, and corporates are actually being looked at, you know, the health and well-being as a very critical KPI, right? Thank you very much, Amit. Now, you know, we are actually like Toyota and Volvo. Every 10 to 12 minutes, we need a vehicle to come out. So now we have Nikhil. Over to you, my friend. And there you go, 12 minutes flat.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So as I wait for my presentation to pop up, I'm going to tell you a little story about 26 years ago when I was leaving home to get into the big bad world of public relations. My grandfather gave me a card. That was, I think, the days before emails and WhatsApps. It was a physical card, and he had written in it, "Dearest Nikhil, whatever you may become, be-come in life, always remember to be a gentleman." And there are times I have forgotten that, but I have always been reminded. And as I was preparing for this talk, I was definitely reminded of the importance and value of gentleness, of being gentle. And this afternoon when we had the lunch break, and I had gone to the multi-purpose hall and had some superb sambar sadam, which I really loved, ate too much. But when I came out of that hall, I realized that I was truly surrounded by gentle men, gentle women, gentle people that have given and continue to give so much to this place. And I'll tell you why. Because it rained. And when I came out, my shoes and socks which I had left in the open air were kept in a covered area. Where in the world will you find that? Where? That is the gentleness of this place, the kindness of this place. So yes, this world-class hall is awe-inspiring. But for me, that memory is what I will carry back more than anything else. And I think on the topic of telling, that tells the tale of this place. That tells me about all the grandness and all the gentleness that lies within this space and all of you. So really, it is a pleasure and a blessing to be here. And therefore, that is what I want to talk to you about. I've spent 26 years of my life honing my communication skills, learning how to communicate on behalf of many, many companies. And I was doing great. But I'm not so sure for all of those years I was being great. And the intersection between the human being and the human doing is what I want to spend a little time of those 12 minutes, which I'm sure 2 are gone, talking to you about. So I wear 2 hats. One, I call myself a weekday communicator, and I work with India's largest public relations firm, Adfactors, and I'm very proud of that. And on the weekends, I run a small coaching practice under the name of Soul to Soul Coaching. And Soul to Soul is about the alignment of the soul, what's in us, the human being, and the path that each one of us seek to find our way forward. So the alignment between both the souls. And in this journey, I think I learnt so much about communication, and the first part of that, which is I've been asked to talk today about listening. So telling begins with listening. And as a coach, I was taught when I went to coach school, and this is the visual metaphor I have from my coach master. What was that? That was him reminding me, Nikhil, that advice that you're offering, catch it and throw it out. As a coach, we don't offer advice. We are supposed to listen and deeply listen, always in service of our clients as their partner, their well-wisher, their champion, so they win, and when they win, the coach wins. And therefore, I'm going to give you an example of a typical coaching conversation. So client comes, it's all online now, Zoom or Teams. So I ask the client, what would you like to explore today? I'm not really sure. I have so much going on. You know, all these deadlines. Maybe you can help me manage my time better. You know, can you help me work on time management? And as an eager novice coach, always there to support my client, I can say, great, let's get into that. And then I jump into that dialogue. And maybe that's one way to be of service. But was I really listening to my client? A novice coach will fall into that trap. A novice coach is focused on a formula, right? And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on how to listen better. So I could have spent my time here giving you tips on what active listening is, but you can get that at the click of a button. So instead, I thought I'd tell you a more personal story of how my learning how to become a coach made me a better communicator, and in that, hopefully, you will learn something. So it's about knowing the process, knowing all the techniques, but it's not just about that. It is about being 100% with that client, focused on that client, with that person. So even in the tea break, sometimes you find a person talking to you, and while they're talking to you, they're looking over your shoulder saying, who else can I meet, who is important here? That person isn't focused on you, and we feel it. And then there's that other person who makes you feel warm and special, because when they're talking to you, they're just looking at you and fully committed to whatever it is that you are sharing with them. And that is presence. And when you have presence, and you're really listening mindfully, you can go a little deeper, and a little deeper, and a little deeper, and often uncover something that's really important to the person you're talking to. So in the same little conversation that I was having with the client about time management, all it took was for me to say, can you share a little more? Tell me more about that. And then they opened up a little more. And they say, oh, that's interesting. What else is going on with you? And then the jacket came off. And then slowly, one gets to the heart of the matter. What's really important to that person that one is speaking to? And in this case, it turned out to be, there was an appraisal season, promotion was important. So instead of working on time management, I started working on how to get or perform better in the appraisal, which was much more valuable to that particular client. And that comes from mindful listening. So this little story is about the intersection of two worlds I love. I dearly love my communications career, but I had got, after about 20 years, a little too big for my non-existent boots, right? I'm so happy I don't have them on right now. I'm reminded that my ego has to be left at the door when I walk in. But as a coach, I was reminded about so many things that are important when it comes to listening. When a client used to call me at a particular point, I used to go, oh, not again. They're going to complain, they're going to crib. Or a team member would have a problem and I would be, I can't do this anymore. I've done this for too long. This is Monday to Friday. The same Nikhil, Saturday, Sunday, client would come confused, absolutely unclear. And I would say, come, I will help you. I'm a great coach. I will support you. I'm there with you. And then the penny dropped. The being of me I had lost in the communication world. If I could show up Monday to Friday, grateful for every client who called me, happy that every team member who called me with a problem trusted me, I would be a much better storyteller. So this is where human being, all the skills that you have, and human being intersect. How am I doing on time, sir? I've got 5 minutes. Okay, we'll explore a little more of my journey. Thank you. So this journey was a journey from being frustrated, and I'm sure many of you have hit points where something is frustrating you, to rekindling, refinding that excitement, that joy. And this coaching world taught me that there are two things that a good listener does. And the conversation could be with three different lenses. You could be talking to yourself. You know, we spend so much time talking to ourselves in our head. Most of the time telling ourselves bad stuff, criticizing ourselves. You're not good enough, you're not thin enough, you're not strong enough, you're not whatever enough. So that conversation, if we can get better at having and be kinder, there is better awareness of what's really going on, and then an accountability to ourselves to try and be better, to try and be our best selves. Then there's the conversation between us and one other, right, where we are trying to tell something to that person. And then there's the conversation between us and many others. And in all of these, this principle applies. If we can get better awareness of what's going on, and then hold ourselves, myself, or all of us, to a shared destination, then we are going to be on this journey happier, joyful, with meaning. And those are the words we've heard through the day about purpose. Why is this important? At this point in time, one of the things that occurs to me is that the role of physical spaces like this, like an office, like any physical place which brings people together has changed. Using the office as a metaphor, there was a time when an office space or a workspace was just about management, command, control. It was the spa place. Then it became a place to bring physical assets together, to make sure that that became the competitive advantage because we had the best of whatever that it was, world class in there. Then it became about productivity, innovation, creativity, hubs of it. And today, in this hybrid world, it has become about a place where people get together to create culture and innovation. So what we get by spending time together is that we are enriching our understanding, our shared understanding of what the mission and vision of this space is by human-to-human interaction. And that's the note that I would like to wrap my conversation up, leaving you with the thought of three things that I have learned about being important, about being a mindful listener. Number one is, I think it truly is the time of we've heard this word from morning, the empathetic leader. And why so? Why are we willing to allow this more coach-like empathetic leader some leeway right now? Because the leader who stood at the pulpit banging their fist and saying, I know this is the way, I know that is the way, we learned through the pandemic that nobody knew the way. There was no rule book, there was no playbook. So the person who stood here and pretended to be brave and courageous and knowing and all-knowing without that knowledge was actually fooling us. So that leader with great oratory skills and the top of the mountain pointing, follow me troops, suddenly lost some equity, whereas the leader who had the humility to listen and say, I don't know, but I will find out. Let's ask them what's happening. Let's ask them what's happening. That and carrying people with them was the more empathetic or servant leader that found currency and continues to find currency. Part of that is about creating, and this is a framework I've borrowed from a wonderful author by the name of Tim Clarkson, who has written a book on psychological safety, talks about 3 kinds of psychological safety. Inclusion safety, and I share this with you because in your own spans of control, in your own lives, in your own worlds, even if there are 2 people that you can include, once they're included, there's a beginning of feeling safety. When you get admission into this wonderful institute, you are included. That is the beginning of your journey towards feeling safe. Once you are included, now you have to find your learner wings. Are you able to express yourself and learn freely without being criticized or judged? If yes, then you're creating learner safety or you have learner safety. Then comes your ability to say, I think, I want to share. That's contributor safety. And last but not least is, I disagree. And that is a wonderful place to be. If you can disagree without being disagreeable, and agree to share 2 different points of view, I think you're in a wonderful space, and as a listener, that's the place that you would like to create. And my last lesson I learned is, I like keeping the peace. I don't like conflict, but I've learned as a leader, I must embrace conflict, and not all conflict is bad. Out of some conflict situations, much good can come. And therefore, having difficult conversations and having them with kindness is part of what any good leader must do. So on that note, I hope I have kept my 12-minute time, and thank you for giving me a chance to share my experiences.
Wonderful. Wonderful, Nikhil. On spot, on time, on spot, on content. Perfect. And I think some of those, what you mentioned, especially the last part of, you don't like conflicts, but still, as a leader, you have to deal with it. And you should start accepting it and make those adjustments. How to resolve them, maybe in a win-win approach. Maybe, yep. So, we're now coming to the last speaker. We are on time, okay? At the end, one of the biggest challenges for any leader in any corporate sector or any private, you name it, is how do we keep people motivated day in, day out? Money is only one part of it. Every corporation puts in a lot of innovation towards rewards and recognition. Ambani is also hungry to get that, an appreciation. His stomach is empty to receive those appreciation from the shareholders. So that means man and woman, they all want this appreciation. So what kind of rewards and recognition scheme are important to continuously make a high-performing, high-motivating organization? Over to you, my friend. And there you go, you get 10 minutes. Yep.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'll give a different perspective with my experience in NGO world and CSR world. unlike the pure corporate. And even now also I'm facing this same, the topic which I'm going to talk is I'm following that. So we felt that to do good work, motivation is very much necessary. And now, for last 6 months, I'm trying to build a network of stakeholders in about 160 districts in the country to do a job, free job, and there is no money involved. We are just motivating them to support Government of India's effort to filaria program in the country, to eliminate that. And one of them, as you said, what recognition? We said we'll give one of the issue is we give the appreciation letter, government signed recognition letter, which will help them to get more projects and such kind of also do their due diligence, and we'll support them. Those kind of free talks we are giving them, and people are like organizations are joining with us. And yesterday I was in Hyderabad and we did a similar exercise there. And to move like what with my experience in many projects and seeing about 2,500 NGOs in the country and working with large donors, international donors and global projects, I find, for motivating, one acronym can be RIGHT, R-I-G-H-T. R can be recognize the contribution of the team members, and so recognize them in front of the teams or in the big gatherings or publicly, and incentives, like as I said, I means incentive, that can be recognition or a special bonus, or if a person is, say, working for a special project, we give a certificate from highest authority. Like we were working in USAID projects, we used to get the recognition letter from Washington. And then growth, creating opportunities for growth of the team members, like by giving them opportunity to improve their skills or trainings or new courses, or including improving the qualifications. That is one way we were doing that, and that is one of the motivating factor for them. And health is another one, like having a healthy work-life balance. These days, now we all know that after COVID, it has become more important, as you said, mental health and mental well-being, and Government of India is also giving more focus on that, and giving them, say, flexi timings. And luckily, in our non-profit sector, we are enjoying the flexi timings since beginning. There was no stress factor there. But still, we were more friendly towards the employees and giving time off, and there was no proper 9-to-5 job kind of thing. And also then terminology, using terminology, like last thing, R-I-G-H-T is terminology, means using correct appreciative language to the staff or the workers, subordinates who are working under the team, and also noticing their work, like as I said in the beginning, in front of others, and also the simple pat, like in the morning or whenever they do any like low-level employee, just with smile giving a person the pat itself is a motivating factor for the day. And also some other than the right approach, R-I-G-H-T approach, I find delegating the work so that the staff, the employee or the volunteer, they can come up slowly, and through that they will become self-sufficient, and also they feel confident while they are working in the organization. And since we are here, the Seva Bhav, one of the projects I was working in Tihar jail in Delhi, where I noticed all the prisoners, they work whenever they work in different projects like soap making or various other things. But when a person is connected to higher intelligence or he is connected through any meditation technique or yoga or all those things, that person becomes transformed. And he doesn't feel like it is a jail, but it is like a temple there. And the production of the soaps, for example, that becomes more like with some amount, they give with seva and they are giving back to society. That's how, like, we are all here, we see that seva bhav is so much visible there. And and going down to what I learned is like the messenger or a clerk, whoever are working in the team at the low level, talking in their language or going down to them, down to their level and talking to them. Because like you said, we should put ourselves in their shoes and understand from other side. And that helps really, because that bonding connect. And even now, after I left the job, and even now I have so many people remember me, connecting with me. That's what I've practiced there. And mentoring them, because after some years, we can't be doing everything there. We need to mentor the others and listen to them and slowly bringing them into next level, to next, like they promote them. And also like while working, automatically these culture values also comes into place. And ultimately, we need to leave a legacy behind, which is a very valuable one. And so these people only will be taking that, like these boys and girls, they will be our future citizens, and they need to take forward like whatever is there, and learning from the experiences of the elders and take it forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Narayana. That was very, very insightful. You know, the seva bhava, what you spoke, I think that's where today the leadership is moving through, okay? Getting that kind of a mindset, which is also called as the kind of a growth mindset. Yep. So we got a couple of minutes here, okay? That is the beauty of communication. Keep it crisp, keep it concise. Make the impact with choosing the most appropriate word. Those words which are powerful, they make sure getting the desired results for the leader. I want to ask you, Amit, collective intelligence and leadership. How do you respond to this?
I think collective intelligence is probably the hardest to harness, because you need to be on the other side. You know, there are several tools and techniques we rely on, but they're no good because we often use them as a blunt instrument. I'll give you an example. You know, when it comes to, in the corporate world, we say, you know, you have to have your video camera on. That doesn't do it. That's not collective leadership. Yes, there are times when you want to see people, but you don't apply a shotgun approach to all of that. But when it comes to making sure that you get the entire team and everyone's collective input with you, the key is to be, as you said, be in the other side, be in their shoes, and listen when you get everyone's input. And make sure it's not just your point of view or one side's point of view, it's the collective input. They are always much better, much stronger outputs than you can ever get from any command and control system, particularly in the world that we live in today. Maybe in the past, when we had smaller communities and smaller, or rather non-interconnected, operations, that was it was more feasible. Not in the world that we are in today and the world that, this whole group is going to go into. You have to work on the collective output of everybody and make sure you optimize for the entire group.
Wonderful. This is again a very important thread for the leadership, getting that collective intelligence of the entire group. Thank you, Amit. Between blue collar and white collar, you have this kind of a classification. Blue collar, initially they demand a lot. And then when you make them, understand with the proper reasoning why either you cannot give it or you can only give something, they would eventually conclude with you to say, yeah, I trust you and I move on. But the typical white collar has a lot of these challenges. He tries to use his brain much more than anybody. And you get some very tough white collar colleagues. How do we deal with such people? Nikhil.
Well, two thoughts come to mind. The first is around asking questions. Because before the quote that I didn't read out, which was on the first slide of my presentation, was seek first to understand before you seek to be understood. So when you want to talk to one of those people who are not interested in listening to you, the first thing is to really understand what's going on in their world, what's going on with them. And I'm using the word what, and that's the first tip I would give you. It's one of the first, if you want, hacks that I learned in coaching school. Ask what questions. Leave out the why questions. And there's a simple science to this, not that I'm an expert at it, but what I'm told is the minute you ask somebody, why did you do that? What do you mean? Of course, I was, so you feel a bit judged when you ask a why question. But if I were to ask that same thing and say, wow, that's interesting. What made you do that, Indu? So the same question, just preambled with a what, removes the defensiveness by many degrees, and therefore the white collar doesn't feel so hot under the collar, loosens up a bit, and starts conversing. And once there is a dialogue going on, the more whats that you can get, then we call it holding space. You have to create a container, literally, where we are able to find a mutually agreeable destination. And there's a beautiful line that I learned from Brené Brown, which she says, paint done together. Let's paint done together. What does it look like for both of us to say, we did it? And if we can find that joint description, destination, purpose, then the white collars are quite amenable.
Very well said. Very well said. This is truly day in, day out, we have these challenges at our offices. I think these tools, when we try to put them into use, you get some wonderful results. Thank you very much, Nikhil. In motivation, generally there is this mention, hey, we need to be self-motivated. Why should we, be given something to get motivated? We are educated people, so we need to be self-motivated. And then it all gets to the part of anything that you try to give a new job, a new role, or a new assignment project. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? Okay. So from I to we, then to him or her. How do we move there?
One is dealing with the person, like using, as I said, proper language. Like even now I don't use should, must, have to, these three words, which I feel they are like dictating words. I always use need to, you may need to, you may need to, and like softer language, going to their level and trying to be with them and also work with them alongside, like supervisor is also working with me and then motivating the person. And slowly, like he will also understand the way of working and the culture, what is there. And it will take time to like imbibe that culture in the organization in any case. And slowly that as a leader or the collectiveness of the other leaders also, we need to slowly create that. And again, language and dealing with person and coming down to level of that other person, that really works well.
Yep. Patience and perseverance. So ladies and gentlemen, there we are, spot on at 4:45. We have concluded our panel discussion, making sure that the next panel, we didn't try to take their time off. That was very important for us. Respect for time and making sure meeting the committed time is a hallmark of leadership. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very, very much, esteemed panelists, for sharing your ideas and insights with all of us. I can surely say that what you shared, the insights, despite and irrespective of our position or profession, these are something that each one of us can follow in our day-to-day life to make our own lives better and as well as that of everyone around us. I'm sure all the audience and our students also agree to that. A big round of applause to our panelists. And most of all, thank you all for keeping up the time. May we now request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Srikantamurthy, to felicitate our panelists. To Mr. Amit Sharma, Mr. Indushekhar ji, to Mr. Nikhil Day, to Mr. M.V. Narayana. We request you all to come together for a group photograph, please. Thank you very much once again. We will have a short break of 10 minutes, and after which we will have the next session. Thank you.
बदलूं मैं खुद को, बदलूं इस जहां को।
we have a very, very special session called Women and Ethics in Leadership. As Sadhguru was mentioning this morning during the inaugural function, that we need to provide more opportunities for girls and women to grow into leaders, especially without compromising on their value system. And we are very excited to have a star-studded panel today to deliberate upon this. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel. The session chair, Ms. Suparnaa Chadda, UN Women Awardee and founder, Simply Suparnaa Media Network. Her media network consciously works towards creating a positive narrative away from sensationalism. The network also stands for causes enabling gender sensitivity and strongly believes that leadership and spirituality are interconnected and have the potential to bring a larger change in society. Ms. Kristen Engwig, founder-president WIN, Inspiring Women Worldwide. A global pioneer for women and authentic leadership, Kristen created WIN 25 years ago to bring alive a vision of a more feminine, global, and sustainable way at work, in communities and life. She was recently awarded the Euro Knowledge Outstanding Women Leadership Award and has spoken at various prestigious international forums. Ms. Prerana Langa, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Agency for Habitat, India. She works on building environmental infrastructure, risk resilience, biodiversity, coastal restoration, flood and heat solutions, and water security. Ms. Langa has won several awards for her work, including being recognized among the top 5 social impact professionals in India by the AVPN and Social Venture Partners. Dr. Snehal Donde, Fulbright Scholar and Dean, Administration Bhakti Vedanta Research Center. A Fulbright Scholar and member of esteemed organizations like the World Water Council and Indian River Basin Council, Dr. Donde is an influential keynote speaker and trainer. Her expertise and dedication in water conservation have garnered national and international recognition, making her an influential figure in the field of environmental stability.
Thank you so much. And I must compliment you, the way you've handled this. I'm sorry, I wanted to know your name because your name is important here. Anuradha. Can we hear it out loud for Anuradha for doing a fantastic job here, holding in the sessions? And I'm very, very grateful for all of you who have stayed back, considering there has been an information overload all through the morning. But we will try to make this as interactive and worth your while. Because even though we are last, but as women, we will bring value to that table. Even though our times have been squeezed by the end of the panel, but believe you me, we'll make it worth your while. Because yesterday when I was in this room next to the president, the honorable president of our country, it gave me goose flesh to see that she is also the first generation literate of her community, of her family. And a lot of you all are first generation literates. So next, you may be the president of this country. This is the kind of values that you are getting in an institution like Sri Satya Sai University of Human Excellence. So I am proud to be in your August gathering, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to start by reciting the Saraswati Vandana, which my guru has taught me. And I'll tell you a small anecdote as to why and how this started with me. So every time I take to the mic, I pay my obeisance to her. Ya kundendu tusharahar dhavala, ya shubhra vastravrita, ya veena varadanda manditakara, ya shweta padamasana, या ब्रह्मच्युत शंकर प्रभूति भी देवै सदा वंदिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जाड्यपहा. So this old Sanskrit verse, you know what it means simply? While at the face of it in a literal translation, it may sound like we are praising the goddess of knowledge. But essentially what we are doing is we are trying to vibe with the energy the phonetic language of Sanskrit creates in us to create a space to be able to accept wisdom. And what it literally also means is that I bow to you, and may you dispel the darkness that resides in my heart with the wisdom of knowledge that you impart. And the reason why I started saying this is because I got an opportunity to curate a media platform in our, well, not so friendly neighborhood in Pakistan, in Islamabad. And I was very excited because my parents were born there. And my parents never got a chance to go and see the land that they were born in. And through me, they wanted to see that place. And I went there, and after working for months, and when it was time to go onto stage and hold the mic, I saw that there was, I was told that now there is going to be some recitation from the Quran. And I was perplexed, and I was like, I'm working throughout, and I'm representing my country here. And, I thought on my feet, and I said, my guru has taught me the Vandana. Why don't I go and recite the Saraswati Vandana in a jam-packed hall in a not-so-friendly neighborhood in Islamabad, in Pakistan? And believe you me, it was received extremely well. Because when you vibe with the truth, irrespective of what religion or what part of the country or the world that you are, you know that truth prevails across all races and all humanity. And that's how this Saraswati Vandana came about. Now, I had also prepared for today's presentations and talking about the work that I have done, etc. But all of that took a backseat as soon as I landed into this beautiful countryside, I would say. I was, escorted by this wonderful young lady, Deepa L. And I want to make a mention of her. Deepa, if you're there, can you please stand up and raise your hand? Yes, right there. Deepa has been my guide, taking me across this beautiful campus, and she wanted to know about me. But when I got to know about her, again, I'm somebody who immediately vibes and gets these goose flesh. I don't know why. But she told me her story. She said, I'm a first-generation literate in my family. My father works in the cow shed here as a security guard in the night. And I was like, wow, I was overwhelmed with that story. And when I shared that with Bhuvana, she said, there are a lot of Deepas in our campuses. You will see each one of them has a story to tell. And really, while we may consider ourselves to be coming here and sharing Gyan with you, I think the most important learning and wisdom is in experiencing what is happening here today, in literally walking the talk of course, being in alignment with thought, action, and deed. And I will add to that also the intent. I guess, without much further ado, I'd like to invite on stage our very first speaker, Dr. Kiran Mai. And of course, she has enthralled all of you, I guess, in the morning as well. And I'd request her, and she's an important part of this panel because she represents the corporate side. And we normally look at the corporate side as the materiality side, while we also have representations from non-profits and international representation as well. But it is important to understand and realize that both materiality and spirituality can move together, because that essentially will create a value-based leadership. Dr. Kiran Mai.
Thank you, Suparnaa. Sairam. The topic, as we all know, for this session is on ethics, women leadership and ethics. I would love to share an example of a leadership model. There are multiple models, as we all know, in the corporate world. It comes from management science. One of the models which definitely embeds value-based approach is, in the morning I alluded to it, servant leadership. What we practice is, as Suparnaa just mentioned, the beautiful anusandhan, the synchronization of the material or the commercial, because that has to go on. The world has to run on it. Economy, right? But also the spirituality. How do you create that connection, that fine balance between these two juxtapositions? They seem very paradoxical. But if we can draw that fine line and create the balance, that's when we start seeing the fruits of labor. So when I talk about the leadership model which we have put into practice, and we have seen the dividends from it, and that's what I wanted to share with you all now. This is called the 3H model. Some of you may be familiar. The 3H model is, we talk about the head, the heart, and the hands. That's right. So when we look at these 3H, as we say, head obviously denotes or is symbolic of thoughts, thought leadership, thinking, analysis, the logical brain, in other words. That's what it represents. When we talk about the heart, we're talking about emotions, the feelings. So that's where we're talking about the motivation and inspiration and what we need to derive if we want to move forward in life. So we all know every single human being is blessed with both the brains. If I were to look at it from the analogy of a brain, you have the logical self, you also have the emotional self. So if we can really deconstruct and find that balance in terms of when to use logic, how much logic to use, and where and when we need to rein in emotions or when we can unleash emotions. All of us go through this almost every single day as a human being. It doesn't matter whether you are in a corporate world, the not-for-profit world, or in any other space, like my friend here talking about the Vedanta and so on. Irrespective of the world we all belong to, we all go through this. Sometimes logic seems to prevail. Sometimes emotions seem to prevail. If it's all logic, then we might as well be robots and not be humans. And we wouldn't like to really go to a party with someone who is all logic, because it's no fun. If it's all emotions and no logic, imagine. That is also overwhelming, very difficult to digest or process, because it's too much of an upheaval. It's like the dam gates open and it'll be something too much to handle. So we want that fine balance between both the logical self and the emotional self. So that's where the head, the heart, and the hands. Why are we referring to the hands? Because it is the transactional element coming in. It's not just the intent. Suparnaa earlier referred to intent. It's not intent alone. We have to implement. Hands are the ones where you actually carry out a given task. You have a thought process. You also have feelings associated with it. It could be the purpose, but then you'll have to implement it. So when we talk about leadership, the selfless leadership or the visionary leadership, three aspects stand out, which lead people when we're talking about the 3H model. Authenticity. That's where I talked about the Trikarana Suddhi in the morning. You have that perfect alignment in terms of what you thought, what you said, and what you're doing. So that alignment, if we can bring in as a leader, then there is value. People who are observing, who are learning, who are watching, within the corporate world, external, internal stakeholders, they're going to say, yes, this is a leader we believe in. That's how trust gets formed. That's how credibility comes in. So for a profit organization, for a business organization, if there is no trust, obviously no business. You can shut shop. So trust and credibility can only form when you have this synchronization or alignment in terms of the thoughts, the intent. There could be a commitment to a customer, but are you able to live up with that commitment? So that's where the 3H model comes in. How do you appeal to the customers? How do you lead from the front? So authenticity is one of the attributes there. Humility is another attribute. It's easier said than done. Maybe it's an aspiration. How many leaders really denote or demonstrate humility? Because position gives an ego state. I've seen it all, I've done it all, I am in this high chair. That can actually, instead of creating value, it can dilute value. It will be depreciating over the years rather than appreciating, because you will lose people. You will leave them far behind if that is the arrogance a leader demonstrates. And then the third attribute I'm going to refer to in this 3H model, which will be an outcome, is a fierce sense of belonging which the leader can create. A fierce sense of belonging, I'm using that. That means people want to be part of that. They would love to work with such a leader, love to be part of that culture, because this is where you see a beautiful alignment of head, heart, and hands. So this is what I wanted to share with all of you, where we look at the harmonizing of these various elements or aspects which will create the right synergy and the foundational culture which an organization requires, and value-based approach is absolutely built in. And the moment I touched upon authenticity, you know that's where ethics are very clearly the foundational layer. With that, I will hand over to Suparnaa once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kiranmai. And I think, you know, the land that we belong to, or the land that you are in here today, it's somehow easier to be an ethical leader. I think somewhere or the other, we seem to have lost that wisdom. It's just that it is there and we need to dust it, and it's easier. You know, a simple example, if I were to quote, we all do Diwali Pujan, right? We all pray to Lakshmi, but we also pray to Ganeshas on the side. Does anybody know why this happens? If you want to raise your hand. Yes, yes.
So Ganesha is the one who removes all the obstacles. So he'll help reach Lakshmi faster.
Yes, absolutely. So the deeper meaning to this, because all of what is told in terms of our ancient wisdom is very pictorially depicted and through storytelling, which the world is kind of waking up to right now. And while Lakshmi depicts in a popular parlance wealth, but it is essentially prosperity in all aspects of your life. It could be prosperity in health, it could be prosperity in your relationships, of course also wealth included. And while Ganesha is not her son, Ganesha is Shiv and Parvati's son, and he is considered to be the Vignaharta. And why the Vignaharta is next to Lakshmi? Because if you are going to go into the trap of Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Mad, as in deceit, as in lust, as in anger, as in egoism, then there is going to be problems in your prosperity. And that's the reason why Lakshmi and Ganesh through Diwali Pujan, are prayed to together. So these are things which are inculcated in the culture, inculcated in our fabric of what we practice as a custom, right? And I'll now hand it over to you, Snehal. I think you will take us through the non-profit as well as your journey in rejuvenating water bodies as well.
Not able to see also that thing. That's too far. Okay, I'll come here. So good evening, everyone. First of all, very much thankful to Satya Sai Gram and Mynoo, of course, that who has given us an opportunity to interact with y'all. And I don't leave any opportunity to speak about water when I get mic in my hand and audience there. Because we know without water there is no life, as much we talk about. So we have to understand about it, and accordingly we have to go ahead with understanding of this leadership in water. Of course, about the spirituality and about the leadership aspects, we are listening since morning. Now I want it to be walk the talk. Let us be action-oriented. Let us understand what we can do in a leadership role, how we can save our country, how we can save our state, or how, wherever we are, how we can protect our water bodies. For that purpose, I'll take you through my journey as well as a little bit information about Bangalore also. But before I go, because I understand when we have to talk about ethics, we have to first understand about the spirituality part of it. Because unless we are spiritual by our heart, we are not able to do any work ethically or very sincerely and in a very dedicated manner. So spirituality is to serve with humility and act of compassion to the humanity with the understanding of relationship and responsibility. There is a deep meaning. There is a lot of keywords there. So we have to understand that unless and until we have these kind of attributes in us, we are not able to serve the country. Now about the leadership, I always believe in transformational leadership rather than transaction. Because transactional is like remaining in a comfort zone, but when it is coming to transformational leadership, you are able to bring some change. So we'll look at it. And then if I talk about today Bangalore, now, when I had been to Brazil, because being a World Water Council member, when I had been there, we were listening about Cape Town 0 day. But suddenly, after 1 year, we hear in Bangalore also 0 day. And all water bodies getting dried, and then government declaring that there will be no construction work and all. This is the status of Bangalore. Now, if I look at the facts of Bangalore, that why this situation, what is causing us scarcity of water? It's, all silly kind of a thing which I could come across. So that is the reason that we have to take an understanding about it and lead. See, we can see the vehicular density is damaging the pipelines and the leakage of public taps. That is leading to almost 87 MLD of water loss. Can you imagine? It's such a silly kind of a thing. Then it's almost 29% of the water supply which goes as a loss. And we don't get the amount of water which we should. Then another point is about the amount of STPs which are there. STP is nothing but sewage treatment plants, which helps to treat our sewage water. There is almost 1,450 MLD of deficit of water which will happen in 2021. But look at the figure of the MLD of STPs which are produced, that is 1,440 MLD, but that is all going waste. That means we don't have water management at place. One good thing I found, that this particular institution, organization is involved in strengthening with the community participation about the drinking water management. Now, they are doing some research about the impact of this water by doing the purification and filtration of water and giving to the almost 350 villages drinking water. But can you imagine that if there is no water in the source, from where this water will come? So we have to understand the importance of the source from where we get the water. That means the rivers, the lakes, ponds, wells, tube wells, and all this. And our soil condition is also going bad. Our soil is not able to absorb even rainwater. The reason is the cutting of trees, large number of trees which is being cut. So we have to make an attempt, and I see a lot of hope here with all these young audience who are sitting here. Everybody, if they get involved in tree plantation, rejuvenation of water bodies, I think this problem can be handled well. But it needs a lot of systematic way of going ahead with it. So that is why our, morning Mamadou, he said about Bhagwan, the Panch Mahabhuta. So we have to understand about Panch Mahabhuta, but I'll tell you about later, because there is a definition which I want to take you through. Otherwise, the situation will be this, which we are going towards. Because today, if I talk about Bangalore also, totally there is a lot of scarcity of water, and even land is getting dried. I'm not going to read all these points. I've just put it for you so that you understand that there is a lot of floods and droughts also simultaneously happening in today's world. Now, main thing is about the water wisdom, which we have to understand. Because mostly, if I today talk about the before independence situation and after independence situation has become more worst. Earlier, there was floods only to the amount of 10%. Today, it has rise to 30%. Similarly, drought was only 20%, and now it is rise to 60%. So we can understand what is the situation going, and the amount of the rivers which is diminishing and drying. That is a very concern to me. But a very big hope in the new education system, because this is an education organization also. I thought this would be good to fit in while I'm talking about it. In the new education policy, there is mostly put about the community-based services, which we have to do, and research orientation method, that all the transaction of curriculum has to happen. So this gives a lot of hope to us to go ahead with the work in the manner that we can do. Yes, we should not forget about our indigenous knowledge and wisdom. Once upon a time, India was a knowledge center, and a lot of things we were trying to give it to the world. But today, if we look at our modern education system, management teachers only doing managing, engineering teachers extraction. There is nowhere that we are trying to do some kind of giving solutions. Now we require a lot of solutionaries. So how we do work about the solutionaries, that's what I'm trying to show, that we are trying to do a lot of training programs with the NSS which is there in university system. That is about the social services by which students are involved in the extension services. So we conduct a lot of training and grooming of students for the such kind of work. And at the same time, we are taking a lot of work with the Maharashtra government, and also across India. I'm heading almost 9 states where transboundary issues of water I'm trying to work on. At the same time, you can see the glimpses across the world also. I'm connected with many of the places, and from where I go with this wave, that as much possible we are trying to take technologies to different departments. You can see here weather stations which we have installed across Hyderabad, so that lot of air monitoring, weather monitoring can happen. With these all methods that we are trying to propagate across India, what can be done? Most importantly, rainwater is yet not tapped. So we have to ensure how we can conserve this rainwater. A lot of survey needs to be done, and with the help of that, look at the Ganga condition. Today, if you look at Ganga also, there is no water. The situation in Ganga is also worst. Almost all over sedimentation is there. So all rivers almost in a very worst condition. I'm just going taking you through the glimpses that what all we are doing.
Time up.
Yeah. So last year I'm showing you the amount of dams which we are continuously going on building, which is actually not required. Western countries have started decommissioning all the dams because they have understood this is affecting the biodiversity, and we have to also stop that, and we have to only go ahead with the check dams, a small kind of dams which can be constructed to just slow down the water for the percolation, so that as much groundwater will get revived, that much our rivers will start flowing, and that will be the source of water which will be available.
Thank you,
so much.
Snehal. And I can see the passion in how you speak. And I've seen this most often with women when they get associated with any particular project. That's the kind of passion that they bring on. I've seen a lot of times there's a lot of commerce, that plays on. But like we were discussing, the Shiv and the Shakti aspect. But when a woman gets involved, I feel there's so much. She gives a lot of herself to that particular project. And I've personally experienced that through the sustainable menstrual outreach that I'm doing. There are, women-led organizations talking against sanitary pads and plastic and nothing else. The next speaker, of course, we have Prerna. She brings to the table a mixed exposure to both the corporate side as well as the non-profit side. And over to you.
Thank you so much. I am absolutely delighted to be back. The reason I'm saying to be back is because I came to the Satya Sai Baba ashram in Puttaparthi as a speaker to the MBA College Leadership Conference. And this was in the year 2010. How many of you were not born in 2010? Hands up. Who was not born in 2010? All of you all are, okay, over 14 years of age, okay. So, so I'm absolutely delighted to come back because that was the first time I had the experience of, in fact, meeting Bhagwan. And I was absolutely blown away by the work that was being done, and really happy to come back and see that the work has only multiplied. Very grateful to my coach and mentor, Maryel, for inviting me for this conference, and I love to talk to youth, so I'm here to talk to you. So I'm going to keep it a little informal, and I wish we could have Q&A, but no problem. So considering the topic is about women and ethics, I thought I'll share with you my journey. So in fact, you know, I was born and brought up in Mumbai, and I was brought up by my mother, and she solely brought me and my two sisters up, always with strong values and with the sense of that you can make impossible possible. So while I came from humble background and I went to a government-aided school, I always knew that my dreams can come true. So with that faith and that belief, you know, I always went for the best. So I wanted to go to the best college, and then I wanted to do the MBA, and somehow there was always abundance. I guess where there is grace of the divine, there is always abundance. And as Mynoo also says, nature supports your dreams. So that's how I started my journey. And after MBA, I in fact started working in the area of marketing. At that point in time, there was no career per se in this whole space of social responsibility and social impact. Now for the students that are in the audience, would like to tell you that there are very lovely careers in corporate social responsibility, in social impact, where you can serve and also you know, lead a great life of abundance. So I got into marketing and I joined ICICI Bank, and somehow with the grace, I was working with the deputy managing director of the bank, and we started doing work for the country, not only the bank. We said that wherever there were missing gaps in infrastructure for India, there was no you know, biometric card company. We were working in microfinance. And like in a particular village, there'll be like 3 to 5 Prerna Langas. So how do you track the credit history? So we set up a biometric card company. We set up a fund to support financial inclusion. And in fact, that was set up in 2008. And the vision of the fund was to ensure comprehensive access to financial products to every individual and every institution. And many years later, even now, they stay very close to the mission. And because they had that intent and the big intent, they have been successful. In fact, I'm now on their advisory board. So it's just that pleasure of serving. So in fact, when ICICI Group, we decided to set up a foundation, you know, I got lucky to be part of the 2-member team to set up the foundation from scratch and to lead the CSR and set it up for the entire group. So at that point in time, you know, I always had this thought about, you know, fast growth and does values really pay back? Because sometimes you wonder, you know, you're being so righteous and following the path, and you see people becoming richer and, you know, success as the world sees it. But then over a period of time, you realize that values do really support you and takes you places, and to stick to that. But I guess I don't really need to preach to the choir. You're in a place where you're very lucky at this stage in life itself to have this value-based approach. I didn't really have it when I was in school or college. So yeah, so basically when I was in ICSCI, I went to actually I'll cut the story because how much time do I have? 2 minutes, okay. So since I have 2 minutes, I'll just tell you that since I had so many opportunities in life and I felt that I have a career now in corporate social responsibility, and it's because of the positive accidents of meeting inspirational people, how can I spread this to other people? And I know with youth, I know you don't really like lectures, right? Not many people of you like lectures, but you like a challenge and you like, where it is experiential. So we started a very innovative movement when I set up Yes Bank Foundation to connect youth to social issues, where we started a 101 social filmmaking challenge, wherein at 6 o'clock in the morning, you would get surprise topics, and it could be on random acts of kindness, or it could be on environment, and you had to make a film in 4 days. And let's see what happened. Can we just quickly play the film? It's a very short film. Yeah.
Is the visual on? Can you see the visual?
छोटी छोटी बातों में सबको बांटूं प्यार बदलूं मैं खुद को बदलूं इस जहां को छोटी छोटी बातों में सबको बांटूं प्यार खुश करके सबको खुश हो जाऊं बार बार हर एक मौसम में फैला दूं मैं बहार Yes, I am the change Yes, I am the change Yes, I am the change कहो मुस्कुरा के Yes, I am the change
Earlier, I used to make films for myself. I used to make films for fame. I used to make films for money. But now, I make film for changing the mindset of the society. And this portion especially is the best thing which happened in my entire life.
ताकत है मुझ में कर सकता कुछ भी यार हिम्मत है मुझ में जीत लूं हर इम्तिहान अपने ही दम पे रख दूं एक मिसाल मुश्किल हो कुछ भी जियो दिल से यार Yes, I am the change कहो अपने दिल से Yes, I am the change कहो इस जहां से Yes, I am the change कहो मुस्कुरा के Yes, I am the change कहो गुनगुना के Yes, I am the change
Okay, I think we can stop the visual. Yeah, thank you. You want to wrap it up quickly?
Thank you so much. So my point is you can make the impossible possible. It's about having big dreams and you know that giving that 100%, working on partnerships. So what started with the thought that stories can change the world resulted in the world's largest youth movement. So that's what I just want to end with and wish you all the best.
So Prerna did a smart thing. She took the mic from me so that I couldn't stop her. Kristen, you're on next. You've traveled the world. You've been inspiring women across the world, in India as well. And we can't wait to hear your experience in coaching women to be leaders.
Yes. And thank you so much for inviting me. And Mynoo, thank you for connecting me to this wonderful place. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story and how I came about working with women. And I want to tell it in a way that it's in such a way that you can use this almost as a template for how your story may be the source of your vision as well, and how your vision can be the source of your way, and how we all can become these forces of good and agents of possibility that's so needed in the world today. So I'm from Norway, very far away in the north of the world. I come from a history where even the Vikings were really respecting women. And the goddess Freya, who's named Friday, we have the weekday Friday, is named after her. So behind me, there was long traditions of equality and respect for women. So when I went to school in Norway in the 70s and the 80s, there was a lot of egalitarian values that were present. We had a female prime minister. There were a lot of good things going on, and I felt I could do whatever I wanted. Just like you here, I had free schools. We had free hospitals, free water. I had freedom. My country was safe. I could do whatever I wanted. I grew up in a family where my mother did everything she could to bring all the relatives together, but I really felt inclusive. My father and my grandfather, my grand-grandfather and my grand-grand-grandfather had all been photographers. So in my home, it was all about making people put in the right light. So it was always turn around a little bit so the light is better. Everyone had to be put in the best light. Now, I started to travel the world with a set of values in my rucksack or in my bag. Equality, inclusion. I also grew up in a place where the weather changed a lot, very quickly. Cold winters, long winters, dark winters, light summer, midnight sun, aurora borealis. I knew all this beauty of the weather. I put that in my rucksack also. And of course, that of putting people in the right light was valuable for me. I moved away from home because as a good Viking girl, I wanted to travel. They did too. And they were also women. I went to do an MBA. I started working in a bank. Guess what? It was terrible. Nobody was included. They were not put in the right light. It wasn't beauty and freedom. I left. I was part of a women's group. Everybody was helping each other. I felt passionate. It was amazing. I felt home. I had my family again. I started a new job. I traveled the world. I was heartbroken. I saw that so many women around the planet, so many people actually, didn't have freedom to choose. I saw women that didn't have the right of inheritance, baby girls that were aborted. I saw women that were forced into slavery. I saw so many things. My heart was broken. I was in tears. I felt like falling. I had to do something. I came from the land of freedom. This was not normal. I was shocked. So I started to do conferences. I started to put together women from all over the world and said, hey, ladies, we need to work. We need to create a world that's different. We need to create a world where we are included. Everybody's included. We need to create a world, a workplace where people are put in the right light and where we as individuals have our freedom to be creative and see beauty and help each other. World, work, you. It's still the format of the events that I do around the world. I've been traveling to Africa, Latin America, Japan, India, all over the world. Thousands of women have been part of it. And particular pillar that is this work is structured on is one global. We are celebrating our diversities, or different pigmentations, or different age groups, whether we are tall, small, big, large. How can we celebrate our uniqueness, authenticity? We have talked a lot about that today too. But how can I see myself, even in the mirror of another, to grow? I saw in the corporate world that so many women had taken on a very male way of working because the culture was created by men for men. How can we do it differently? What are the possibilities for a new way? We started to ask questions, ask everybody to dream. What would it look like if it was really like you wanted? What would it be like? I realized that most of us had fear, even to dream. How could we get out of the victimhood of not daring to dream? So I realized also there was a lot of personal work that needed to be done in the women. All the things were holding us back. It wasn't only about glass ceilings, but also sticky floors. I also realized as an advocate for the values that we have talked about today, caring, sharing, beauty, or intuition isn't only easy. For all of you here, you are here in paradise, free school, it's beautiful. Love all, serve all. But then you go out in the world, and a lot of people don't know that so well, or somewhere they do. Maybe you get teased because these values are all weak. Maybe you get harassed because you can't do that. Get Christine out of the leadership. She doesn't know what she's doing. It's too weak. All of that was not easy. So you can't do it unless you also believe in something deeper inside of you. This inner journey is necessary for us to do a good outer journey. So many women might have a wondering inside, just like me. Okay, I'm from a small town, a small country. Who am I to do this? The imposter syndrome is for everybody. Or, God, maybe my mother rather wanted me to marry that doctor down the street, have 3 kids, nice house, instead of running around the world and bringing my child and my baby into meetings. Or even I, who came from the land of freedom, managed to get myself in an abusive relationship, just like 1 out of 3 other women on the planet. So the inner work became so important, and it's so important for everybody to really love all and serve all, including loving yourself. It's not only about from I to we. It's also the other way around, particularly for many women who are so used to serving everybody and who forgot also to serve themselves. So this is a big part of where we are in the evolution right now, to love ourselves. And to remember that so many of you here are an expression of the Lakshmi, the Saraswati, the Durga, the Kali, or that you gentlemen too are an expression of the very male god. And maybe I am the expression of the Freya of my lands. Certainly, I love whoever I am and the freedom searching person. Yeah, and here is my call to all of you, that we are also listening so deeply that we can listen to the call inside of us and the call of the world. And when that call from the inside of you with the call of the outside is met, and when we in collaboration go forth as agents of possibilities and as force of good, I know it will be a good world ahead. So thank you.
That was really heartfelt, sharing your journey. And, you know, I have to share, though, even though it was a private conversation that we were having before we went on stage earlier in the day, and we spoke about, you know, I personally, irrespective of while I may have been acknowledged by the United Nations Women, etc., but a lot of times, maybe even being on this platform, I question myself, do I deserve to be here? Do I deserve to be with such accomplished people? And this imposter syndrome, and when I asked everybody in the room, and everybody, every one of us, you know, we all nodded our heads saying that, yes, we have that doubt, despite wherever we have been. Right, Kristen? I think you kind of nailed it. You know, we'll do a small panel discussion now, and I would want to understand essentially like how Kristen has set the ball rolling in terms of how she has actually worked on her inner self to now help people across. And a lot of times I feel nonprofits also, especially individually run nonprofits, are an expression of first overcoming a challenge that life has posed to them, and then helping other people with the learnings that they have garnered from there. Prerna, you've been in the corporate sector. You know, while we can say a lot of things for the company to look good, inclusive, you know, we've got women in leadership positions, you've been there. But what are the challenges that you actually faced?
So countless. I like right from the first job, right out of MBA school, I was working for an agency where we were doing, promotions, events, direct marketing, and it was primarily, male dominated. At that time, you had limited computers, so I actually have faced situations where somebody would shake my chair and say, "Oh, ladki, ut ja," So, yeah, so what it means is, girl, get up. So, but at the same time, I found a lot of support also. So it's not that all that bad in my career. But like, one of the panelists, Madan, mentioned, life is about ups and downs. And everybody's life has ups and downs. I wish somebody had told me earlier, because when I was in school and college, I thought my life is going to be happy. So if somebody had mentioned to me earlier, I would have been better prepared. But I think a way to face that is, like I said, spirituality. Also do seek out mentors. Do seek out coaching. Mynoo taught me, don't be afraid to make a request. I was thinking, what next in between two jobs? I had met, this very big Padma Vibhushan, and I was wondering whether, should I ask him in terms of, because he has a broader perspective. And Mynoo said, yeah, go ahead, ask him. And I was like, I would like to meet you because I want guidance of what to do next. And I was surprised that he said, of course, I remember you. And I met him, got guidance. So I think it's important through the ups and downs in life, and what Kristen said is really important, to love yourself. While I worked very hard, I always thought there were other people who are like from these bigger management institutions and these big brands. Over a period of time, I realized the value of myself. So I think that is important, and important to ask for help. Everybody supports.
Very, very pertinent to ask for help, because I remember when I was going through my corporate journey, and I had this super boss who was a woman, and there was something that I didn't know, and I was afraid to ask. And she told me, she said, unless you make mistakes, unless you ask, how is it that you're going to learn? It's kind of circling back to the wisdom of the land. Sanatan Dharma is not really a religion, it's a way of life that encourages for you to ask questions. I think nowhere in the world that is encouraged. You're just, subservient to listening to something and not really question. And that is what I want to say to all of the students present here, especially to the girls. Don't be the last one in the corner, afraid to raise your hands and ask that question. Whether you be in your class or tomorrow, whether you be in a corporate board scenario, you are going to say, and irrespective, even if you make a mistake, that will be a chance for you to grow and maybe lead the country again coming back. All right, Snehal, I'd want to ask you as well. Do you think there's a lot of tokenism when it comes to women, in organizations? Like, as a token, we've got a woman. As a token, we've got an inclusion in our... Have you experienced that?
This is quite often that we experience, because if we have, already it is a proven fact that women are born managers, and they've shown a lot of leader qualities also. And that's how we had seen that in many of the organizations, women are leading as the CEO and others. And we saw since yesterday also so many CEOs were here. So this efficiency, this effectiveness, I have always found that very nicely organizations will identify that. They will use such efficiency of the ladies, women, their reputation, their image, their working style and all. And for that period of time, you will get a lot of importance. And suddenly, because we are very fast doing things, and once all those things are done, like whatever they expect for the organization to grow, you are done, means after that immediately they will say, now your work is done. I'll give you an example. I was actually I was principal for 15 years in Mumbai University's affiliated college. First college I left because of the high-handedness of my chairman, my management. I will not name them as such. But then in the second college when I went, it was I myself opted for a college where it is a night college, and students those who do odd jobs, they come to that college. I thought I have the capability, so I'll go to a small college. When I went there, when that management came to me, they asked me that हमारे पास एक मंदिर है, we have a temple, we want some deity like you who can help us. And the moment I could get all the things for that college, like we get NAC accreditation, we get some funding from UGC and all, after that work is done, he said that I run a circus. I want, you are a horse who can, who can go anywhere. But I want all monkeys with which I can run the show. So to this extent also, I have experienced the things in the field where we work in education system, because we have seen the way today ethics. See, when we have to talk about the ethics also, again coming back to this water area where we are doing the work, if you have to be ethically doing the things, you have to do a lot of study, lot of survey. When you have a proper data in your hand and you go and speak to somebody, when you are very straightforward, people take it as an arrogance then. So there has to be a little bit of understanding that how we have to come up with all these situations and how we have to, conduct ourselves in such situations.
Thank you for your perspective and your honesty. Kiranmai, this leads me to you, considering that you are handling the human resources of a corporate. I would want to understand from you, are there any steps that you have taken in terms of nurturing leadership when it comes to women? Or not you, maybe, the organizations that you have been with?
Sure, thank you. When we talk about, one thing which struck me is, we're talking about women leadership, but I found it ironic, only women are sitting here and talking, but I'm glad the audience is heterogeneous.
We're making up for the rest of the panels.
So, having said that, when we talk about gender diversity and in the corporate world, how do we inculcate, foster, nurture, and grow more women into leadership roles? There are multiple ways to enable this to happen. In my experience, we've actually created different interventions in order to foster and nurture, because why the focus on gender? I will have to take the example of what we refer to as affirmative action across the globe, and in India, we call it as reservation or whatever in schools and colleges. I don't know how many of you are aware, in India, in medical schools or medical colleges as we would call, there was a reservation for women because there was a huge lack of women doctors at one point of time in India. And we do need women doctors, just as we need male doctors. So there was a reservation, that means 30% of the seats in every medical college would be only for women. That means only a woman is eligible to fill that seat and not a male. The moment they have plugged in the reservation, within a very short period, women started coming in and they joined, which is really positive because they're trying to correct the imbalance. That's why the reservation was crafted as a policy. Over the years, today, in India, take any medical college, women exceed the 50% at any given point of time in the medical colleges. It's a very important piece for all of us to understand. Reservation was taken out. The moment it reached 50, reservation was taken out. This is very, very important for all of us to understand. So in organizations, when we are growing or fostering or nurturing and creating these OD initiatives, organization development initiatives, to grow more women into leadership roles is because there is lack of women in those roles. Just as Suparnaa mentioned, we're making up for the other panels. That means we didn't have many women speakers throughout the day, and hence this panel. That's what she meant. So now, how do we create that inclusion? So if it's done in isolation, we've also done a lot of research, and we've also looked at, if you just do women for women or you're doing it, the ecosystem readiness is important. What my co-speakers or co-panelists have just said or shared their personal experiences are because the ecosystem is not ready to accept. When the ecosystem readiness is not there, whatever you foster, whatever you nurture, you are trying to do anything, it's going to be extremely painful and traumatic for that woman or girl to succeed. So what we have crafted is, we've created different segments, different layers, right from the early pipeline, early career professionals, as we say. We looked at that pipeline. How do we bring in? Where do we source them? Then what do we do to keep them really in a harmony so that everyone, men and women, work together, learn with each other. So the teams, how we create, is a super example of that. Then the next stage is what we talk about, emerging leaders. There we again craft where it's inclusive, not exclusive. So men and women together participate in it, learn from each other, peer-to-peer learning. But of course, there is a very clear KPI given to the managers that they not only attract women as talent, but also engage them and also retain them so that they continue to see that the promotion slate, as we say, in talent calibration, we want to ensure if there is an eligible woman, we want that to be part of it.
I'd want to also have a last word from Kristen, because I know you mentioned specifically as to how collaborative nature of women, when you worked with women groups, it was very nurturing for you, as opposed to the common narrative that gets built that women together cannot work, or you know, in a way that is pulled down somewhere or the other. I want you to share a last, because we're actually opening for Sadhguru, like in rock bands you have fledgling musicians.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I will share about that. And I also wanted you mentioned the quota. And I think all the quotas have been used either for universities or in corporate boards or anything. It has to be for the minority groups. And once you have reached that, get out of it or change it the other way around. So it's, but back to this collaboration, I think that much can be said of putting women and men together, have everybody be part of this discussion as we are growing together, creating a world that works for all. But there are times when women are put in settings of high competition, which is not something that women for centuries have been used to. And so then often it works against women. We are not trained to that, and maybe it doesn't actually fit us either. But that's when sometimes women also have, or the patriarchy, let's say, the system of control and dominance that is hurting both women and men, may make us feel that there is a lack out there. Maybe there is not enough, there's so few women positioned, so we think that there isn't enough. And that can cause some women then to become not so nice to the others. But that's, if we change and switch that and know that there are enough for everybody, I mean, there is enough. And hence, collaborating, we can help each other. So this is a switch that's necessary, but I think this, when people are saying, oh, women are not helping each other and so on, it comes from this misunderstood belief that there isn't enough. And not this competitiveness that's exaggerated, and the patriarchy that makes us feel that. But we are really here to help each other. But it's also, we are in a new field, and I think all of us are in this, and for the young women in the room and the men too that want to work together, is we're on this edge of evolution, and we are trying and failing. Somebody mentioned to be allowed to fail also. So, but I see in countries where women are, statistically speaking, have more prominent positions in society, there's less of the female competition also. So it's important to get everybody up, and then we'll have more collaboration. Thank you.
Also, I think everyone brings a unique aspect to any organization, it's not really pitching one gender against the other. It's completely utilizing what one individual gets to the table and what their,
Exactly, I just want to say that. And that's so important. It's all about, the focus on women at the moment is that the focus on men have been around for so long. But ultimately, we need the Shakti and the Shiva. We need the yin and the yang, the feminine, the masculine, or two wings to fly. We need each other. And there's so many wonderful, like some women are more masculine, just like some men are more feminine. There's so many interesting expressions of the human being, and that's what we want to celebrate. But we want everybody to have the right to express themselves.
Yes. So I'm being told to wrap up this session, and I'll wrap up in one last word in case, can any one of you, besides the fact that we are all women on this panel, can any one of you point out what was the difference with this panel and all the other panels? Anyone? So none of us hid behind the podium. We all put ourselves up there. Yeah? All right, thank you all so much. Thank you for listening to us. Over to you. Thank you, Anuradha, for doing a brilliant job.
You're welcome. Thank you, panelists. Personally, as a young woman, I feel very inspired and privileged to learn from all of you, and I can vouch for the same from all fellow women too. May we now request Mrs. Shobna Gupta, Financial Advisor, Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, to extend a token of our gratitude and appreciation to our speakers. Ms. Kristen Engwig. Ms. Prerana Langa. Ms. Suparnaa Chadda. Dr. Snehal Donde. And Dr. Kiranmai Pendyala. We request the panelists for a group photograph. Thank you all once again. We will now have a short break and will reassemble for the closing session with Sadhguru. Sai Ram.